Welcome to your city council meeting. Before Mayor Parker calls the meeting to order, we ask that you please turn off all electronic devices. For those of you who have requested to speak, there are two podiums in the chamber. The podium in the back is for individuals with mobility concerns. We ask all others to step forward to the front podium. Each podium has a countdown clock located to the speaker's right that will indicate how much time is remaining. A bell will sound when you have 30 seconds left. Speakers registered on consent agenda items will be taken following the announcement of any items pulled from the consent agenda. Speakers registered on non-consent items other than public hearings and zoning cases will be taken following council announcements. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to speak on all items within those blocks that they registered to speak on. Before you begin your comments, please state your name. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening and welcome to your Fort Worth City Council meeting. I'll call our meeting to order. Jeanette, I'll turn it back over to you.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Councilmember Nettles. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledges of allegiance.
All right, let us bow. Most gracious and eternal God, we first want to say thank you. Thank you for last night lying down, this morning uprising. Thank you for liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Father, we pray that this meeting would be conducted in order and for the purpose of your people. We pray for your safety throughout this entire meeting. We pray that you be with us. Bless our city council, our mayor. Bless our community and our staff. Be with us as we pray. Amen.
The first items will be special presentations and introductions, with the first one being a presentation of Certificate of Recognition of a Bystander Lifesaver Award.
And Councilmember Tracy Hill will present this certificate.
Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Desiree Partain. I'm the Transformation Manager at MedStar. And I just want to share that I'm a firm believer that we don't meet people, nor are we placed in certain situations by accident. In life, certain people and situations are meant to cross our path for a reason. On the evening of Wednesday, June 14th, Jesse left his home earlier than he normally does to pick up his son. Little did he know that this deviation from his normal schedule was in fact for a reason. As he was driving on the service road, he witnessed smoke coming from a vehicle that appeared to have struck a pole, with a steady crowd of people starting to gather. Once he identified that there was still someone trapped in the vehicle and no attempts were being made to help, his fight or flight kicked in as he hit the gas pedal, got close to the smoking vehicle, and ran out of his personal vehicle to assist. It was there that he saw a young child in the passenger seat. His first attempt at accessing the crumpled up vehicle door was unsuccessful, but he was able to gain entry after his second attempt. As he wrapped his arms around the child, he was fortunate enough to come into direct contact with the buckle of the seatbelt to unfasten it. And for those of you that have children, you can probably understand that fastening and unfastening seatbelts is a really hard challenge, and especially in a vehicle that's been in an accident. He then flew the child into his arms, where they were both able to make it to a safe location just moments before the vehicle became fully engulfed in flames. As he waited for MedStar, the child lay in Jesse's lap, where he told him he loved him and began to pray for him. There will always be a reason why you meet people. Either you need them to change your life, or you're the one that will change theirs. Jesse, on June 14th, due to your heroic actions, You saved and forever changed the life of a young child, and for that, we want to honor you with this Community Hero Lifesaver Award.
Jesse, thank you for your heroism. That really moved me. Thank you for everything that you've done for this child's life. Thank you to MedStar. Thank you to the Fort Worth Fire Department for your quick responses. This is a certificate of recognition. The City of Fort Worth is honored to recognize the actions of Jesse Rowland, who acted swiftly and selfless in rendering aid to a child, from saving him from a burning car at a traffic accident on the loop of 820 Frontage Road. When presented in a life or death situation where every moment counted, Jesse, you acted quickly and ran towards the burning vehicle. This valiant act of service saved the life of a child and truly showcases the caring spirit of our Fort Worth community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jesse, you're welcome to say a few words if you want to, but you don't have to. It's up to you. Go to the microphone if you're going to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to say that I've had a few opportunities to not necessarily work with, but be a part of receiving treatment from MedStar. And I'd like to encourage all our councilmen and women to continue to hold their mission at a very high level. Please continue to support their needs. Make sure they're getting paid and they're paying well. They continue to provide the city of Fort Worth with the highest quality individuals that are taking care of us with the utmost professionalism. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Next will be a presentation of proclamation for Gun Safety Awareness Month.
Thank you, Jeanette. I believe Councilmember Martinez will be presenting this proclamation. And will the attendees from Cook Children's and Lock Arms for Life please join us at the podium here at the bottom.
Sorry. So I'd like to read this statement before I go down. Today, I'm proud to recognize Cook Children's Healthcare Systems Program, Aim for Safety, and the Texas-based nonprofit Lock Arms for Life in declaring the month of August as Firearm Safety Awareness Month. In the state of Texas, at least 32 children die in unintentional shootings. With an average of 3 deaths a month, just a singular death is one too many. Lock Arms for Life is a Texas-based nonprofit that works to get everyday guns locked when not in use. Safely storing firearms can prevent almost a third of youth gun deaths due to suicide or unintentional firearm injury. Preventative efforts like this save lives. We all benefit from safe storage. I would like to thank Dr. Dan Guzman, an emergency department doctor at Cook Children's, for bringing this cause to our attention. As we work together to build safer communities for our children, I am honored to present this proclamation to your organizations today. And so if it's okay, I'd like to read the proclamation into record. Whereas unsecured guns pose clear safety risks, particularly to children, and when guns are not stored safely or securely, and they are accessible to unsupervised minors, the risk of death or injury significantly increases. And whereas in the United States, 350 children a year get access to loaded firearm and accidentally shoot themselves or someone else, and between 2015 and 2022, there were 248 unintentional shootings by children under the age of 17 in Texas, and an average of 3 every month. And whereas when children unintentionally shoot another person, the victim is most often a sibling or a friend. And whereas in 2020, firearm-related injuries were among the 5 leading causes of death for people ages 1 to 44 in the United States. And currently, firearm suicide rates are at record high levels. And whereas 4.6 million minors in the U.S. live in homes with at least one loaded, unlocked firearm, and studies show that between 70 and 90% of guns used in youth suicides, unintentional shootings among children, and school shootings perpetrated by shooters under the age of 18 are acquired from the home or the homes of relatives or friends. And whereas estimates suggest that even modest increases in the number of American homes safely storing firearms could prevent almost a third of youth gun deaths due to suicide and unintentional firearm injury. And whereas educating and resourcing communities to practice safe gun handling and storage is an actionable, meaningful way to create safer homes and neighborhoods across our city, state, and country. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby recognize and proclaim August 2023 as Gun Safety Awareness Month. Dr. Guzman, do you have any words you'd like to share before we present this?
Yes, definitely. I just want to thank the council and Mayor Parker for all the opportunity to be here today, and a special thanks to Jeanette Martinez for the opportunity as well as bringing this proclamation forward. We at Cook Children's, as well as Lock Arms for Life, feel that this is an important opportunity for education for our city, and that we encourage everyone to, as much as possible, lock their firearms. But we also acknowledge that you guys are helping us in spreading that message, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
And if anybody would like to join me down for a picture, please do so.
Thank you.
Great picture. We have all the.
I was going to say, that'd be great. That would be awesome. Checking. I was like, that's okay.
Everybody look at me. Ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Everybody has their pictures? No. Okay. I can't hold my stomach up. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Very nice seeing you. Yes. Feel free to reach out.
Next will be items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda.
We have 3 items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. They are MNC 23-0617, MNC 23-0630, and MNC 23-0633.
Next will be items to be continued or withdrawn by staff.
We have 2 items to be continued. One is Resolution 23-0487 to be continued to August 22nd. And we have a zoning case 23-066 to be continued as well to August 22nd.
Mayor, next will be the consent speakers, which we have 3. Before we call them, though, I would like to read into the record one correction for a council district for MNC 23-0627. The correct district should be District 2.
Thank you, Jeanette. Our first speaker is Avis Shashan, followed by Bob Willoughby. Thank you, Avis. Our next speaker is Bob Willoughby, followed by Adrian Smith.
You know what's bad is we don't match up anymore what we're talking about on the screen, okay? And that's a mess. It used to match up, it'd be up there what you're talking about. The way this is worded in the agenda under crime prevention money, okay? $130 million in crime prevention. Now, I was here last week and we played a video to Rodney here, and he got over $800,000 this money. And his contact number is 555-5555. We gave a man almost $1 million with a contact number of 555-5555. Now, they're in charge of this money they give out. We can't get no audit of what he's done with the money. The other thing on his website, when you look at his website, he's holding no meetings. We can't audit, but he's just one small piece of the CCP fund money. And right now, they're about to release another $130 million to it, okay? Bite your tongue, will you? I'm not through.
Bob, Bob,
This is
sorry.
about the CCP funds.
You're done. I'm sorry, Bob. Thank you very much. Conclusion of speakers. Our next speaker is Adrian Smith.
Hey, Mr. Lawrence, though, try that with me. Try that with me.
Adrian, you're not speaking tonight. We can't address the audience. Next
Adrian,
speaker. We can move on the consent agenda.
addressed him.
I'll take a
Lord,
motion.
help.
You're done, Adrian. Thank you very
I'm
much.
not, see, that's your problem.
No, it's not. Thank you so much for attending. Unfortunately, you're done. Thank you very much. No. That's fine. That you're entitled to your opinion. Yeah. Adrian, please, let's escort him out of the building. Thank you so much, Adrian, for coming. Council, I'll entertain a motion.
Hey, I'll be back.
Got a motion and a second on the consent agenda.
Next Tuesday, Mayor.
Please vote.
I'll be back next Tuesday, Mayor.
Can't wait. Bye, Adrian.
You wicked.
Motion carries.
You wicked. You wicked. You wicked. You wicked.
Next item is MNC 23-0617.
Wait just a second, Jeanette. Let's just wait till disruption's over. I've been called worse, but I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue. Jeanette, floor is yours.
The next item is MNC 23-0617.
Thank you, council. We have no, yeah, go ahead, motion a second, please.
Oh, no, no.
Sorry, Beck, sorry.
We do not, yeah.
Yeah.
So I move to amend the ordinance in two places. First, I move to delete Chapter 2, Section 2-46D1 from Section 1 of the ordinance. Second, I move to delete Section 7 from the ordinance in its entirety.
Any questions from council on that? No? Okay, go ahead, Jared. Second. Motion a second. Either discussion, council? If not, please vote. They're going to bring it back. Chris, try again. For someone that didn't pick up your vote, you're okay. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 23-0630.
I don't think we have any motions on this, correct? Thank you. Motions in a second. Please vote. And motion carries.
Next item is MNC 23-0633.
Councilmember Bivens has a question.
Yeah, I had requested that this be removed from consent so that the community would be fully aware of what this means. And so staff, if you could give us a 90-second brief of what this means, and especially to the people who are going to be helped. So is this neighborhood services?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Anybody from staff that can speak to this? Anyone? Yes.
So they're
Okay.
off tonight. Well, I will tell you, there is good news for priority repair. And for those of you who know people whose homes have gone in disrepair, a lot of older people may have repairs that are needed. There are funds available. And hopefully, if you call City Hall, we can connect you with the right people. But that's good news, and so please tell everyone you know if there are problems within their homes, like floors rotted, windows needing repaired. It used to be $5,000, now we have much more. So we want to spend this money and not send it back anywhere. And so with that, I move for approval.
Well said, Mayor Pro Tem. And just for clarification, this program is administered through our Neighborhood Services Department. They do an excellent job, but any of our offices can help if you have questions from constituents or you're interested in your own home or maybe a neighbor's home. You've noticed, especially in this heat, paying really close attention, especially to our elderly neighbors that may need help. That's what this program is for. So please reach out to our offices. I've got a motion and a second, but we do have a few abstentions this evening. I'll turn to Councilmember Hill first. Yeah, try it. See if it works. Now try.
Did Councilmember Beck make the second?
Okay. In abundance of caution, I have to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, thank you, Macy. And Councilmember Williams?
Yeah, since this involves allocation, reallocation of CDBG funds, I'm going to recuse as well due to my employment with the Ternary Food Bank and my proper affidavits on file with the city secretary.
Thank you very much. I think your second was Councilmember Beck. Yes, Jeanette. Any other discussion, council?
I have no.
Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry, yeah. Well, I would totally support this program in an abundance of caution with my wife's job at Child Care Associates. I need to recuse myself from this vote as well.
Got a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item will be upcoming and recent events, recognition of citizens, and approval of ceremonial travel if needed.
Thank you. Our first turn to Councilmember Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Put up the presentation, please. All right, first line on July 1st, Northside Neighborhood Association had its annual 4th of July parade. It's a great turnout. Wonderful to see support from elected officials, Fort Worth PD, Fort Worth Fire, schools, and community members. Next slide, please. All right, on July 6th, Fort Worth Police Department hosted another event for new recruits at Casa Azul Coffee for an informal conversation about how to best engage with communities. In attendance, he had Assistant Chief Julie Swearingen, Officer Nestor Martinez, Officer Zach Briseño, and members of the local car clubs there for support. Appreciate them for coming out. Next slide, please. All right, let's see if we can get it up there. Yeah, July 13th. Cadence Bank celebrated its 1-year anniversary here in the Fort Worth Stockyards. Taco Heads and Melt Ice Cream catered the event. Appreciation to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, our Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce, Rotary Club of Fort Worth Fire Department, Station 12 that came by and enjoyed the food and beverages. Next slide, please. July 15th, North Tri-Ethnic Community Center held its Health and Safety Fair. So I appreciate the Northwest Police Division, our NPOs, Johnny Gonzalez, Maggie Skelton for attending, and our crime prevention specialist, Dot Kent, and our community center staff for organizing. Next slide, please. July 27th, we attended, it's council members Hill and Blaylock and myself, the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Superintendent's Recognition of Giving Breakfast event. And that's to acknowledge the partnerships and supporters that the EMS Foundation has and to tell us about their upcoming goals, such as the opening of Elizabeth Lopez Hatley Elementary School next month, and next year, the opening of Eagle Mountain High School in August. Next slide, please. July 28th, we had a fireside chat with Adriana Cruz, Executive Director for Texas Economic Development and Tourism for the Office of Texas Governor Abbott at downtown Cowtown at the ISIS Theater. Appreciation to visit Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber for welcoming Ms. Cruz to our city. Next slide, please. July 28th, we had a little bit of fun. Fort Worth Bike the Blue held a bowl for the Blue at Cowtown Bowling in District 2 to raise funds for the support and creation of bike patrols for Northwest Division. I will say that the D2s, which is our team, we scored a 911, which I think was a little propitious, but we missed the dead-ass last award by this much. I blame Councilmember Crane because he came in there and I don't know what he bowled.
Wow, get some strikes, though.
Oh, we had a great time. Thanks a lot. Okay, next slide, please. All right, July 29th, he attended a ceremony recognizing the participants of the 2023 Next Gen Ambassador Program that's held at Rockwood Golf Course. Second year the city of Fort Worth has done that. They worked and had wonderful experiences and opportunities offered by our respective and participating city departments. Possible future careers there. Next slide, please. August 4th, attended the Castleberry ISD Convocation. Great speakers, supporters, providing resources to students and families and teachers of CISD. Congratulations, Superintendent Renee Faulkner-Smith, for putting together such a great program and leading the school in a wonderful direction. Next slide, please. August 5th, on Saturday, we attended an asset mapping workshop for the Main Street America program here in District 2, organized by the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And one announcement, save the date, Coffee with the Cops, Saturday, September 23rd at Revive Coffee at 2503 Roosevelt Avenue. Come see, that's a historic building, used to be one of the original founders of Fort Worth there in historic North Side. Now, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Carlos. Mayor Pro Tem Bivens.
Thank you, Mayor. You can let the slides run. There's been a lot of talk about Stop 6 for decades, improvements coming, but right there are two people I want you to know who were at a hub meeting this weekend. The hub for Stop 6 is nothing but a community center on steroids, like nothing you've ever seen before. And please hold the slide there. I'm going to go back to the previous one. We had the city manager there. We had the CEO of Fort Worth Housing Solutions, assistant city manager. A lot of people were there, but the folk were more excited to see the architect of the hub because for years they've been talking about it. Nobody believed it would ever come. But the next time you're driving around East Fort Worth, go to the corner of Stallcup and Rosedale, and you will see big things happening in Stop 6. The lady with me in the center, that is Susan Garnett. She's with MHMR. The guy to the left is from Terran Workforce Solutions. Those are just two services needed at that rec center. So I want to thank everybody for coming, including you, David. Thanks for being there. Next slide. Governor Abbott came to town last week, and he, our mayor, the sheriff, everybody in town was so excited because the governor came to town to sign a new law taking aim at property takeovers. I don't know if you know about this, but folk have been having wild parties everywhere at these event centers and even non-event centers. Well, we had a group of neighborhood leaders. I see Cindy back there. Cindy, wave your hand. Is that Jeanette next to you? And Jane, okay. I don't see Tarchie, but we had Hanley Meadowbrook Neighborhood Association, Western Meadowbrook, Historic Carver Heights, and who am I leaving out? John T. White. And so we were able to get a picture with the governor because he signed that legislation right here in Fort Worth and recognized these neighborhood association leaders. Next slide. We had fun with Rodney McIntosh. That's the latest target of Bob Willoughby. And we were with Rodney McIntosh for a back-to-school giveaway. But who also was there was our city secretary who took away all of the awards because she and her staff gave free school supplies, free clothing, free backpacks to the kids who came to Rodney McIntosh's church. And so, Jeanette, you were the rock star, your team. Thank you for being there. It's awesome, it's awesome. And I think that's all I got.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to highlight a few events, past and upcoming. The first slide, we enjoyed having a summer garden cleanup, and if you can tell by my Fort Worth litter shirt that I really worked hard on the shrubs out there. It was really hot. But our team partnered with the Master Gardeners of Tarrant County to help clean up the native Texas garden at the Southwest Sub Courthouse. Also, thank you to Commissioner Brooks' office for partnering with us. The garden looks beautiful now until we'll need to go out there again, and so stay tuned the next time we do that. Next slide. We have an upcoming event if you didn't get to make it to the summer garden cleanup, so we'll still be out in the heat. And if you can help us this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., we are looking for folks to help us with our District 6 litter cleanup. We'll be cleaning up the McPherson Boulevard from Chisholm Trail Community Center over to Brewer Road. Thanks to also the Chisholm Trail Ranch neighborhood for recommending this street for our cleanup. And so for those of you here and who are watching, if you have a particular street or area in our district that you would like to see cleaned up, we can definitely work with you to organize a Litter Day event. Next slide. If you missed the ribbon cutting, you missed an exciting opportunity with the Vivian J. Lincoln grand opening. It's our newest public library, and it was so amazing to see it officially open. It is an amazing space. We just had a court in the community event there. And there's so many amazing programs and activities and books in the library. And so if you haven't been there yet, please check out the library. It's so beautiful, and it's named after a legend, Miss Vivian J. Lincoln, who was an amazing educator and principal in Crowley ISD in District 6. So please check that out. That's some of our family members there as well, and I've ran into them a time or two already. So if you see them, also feel free to say hi to them as well. This past Saturday, we had a back-to-school bash, one of 3 that we're doing in the district. And thank you to the Chisholm Trail Community Center and all the community partners, including Crowley ISD, who made this event so successful. We'll also have another backpack event this Saturday at the Como Community Center from 10 a.m. To 2 p.m. So if you don't have your school supplies, come check us out. I also like to give a special shout out to our team, Davia, Carmen, Jenny, and our intern Megan. They've worked so hard over the past 2 months organizing these events. And thanks to y'all's hard work, we were able to serve 1,200 students and 600 teachers, which includes every teacher K through 8th grade in our district. So thank y'all so much for your hard work and investment in our community. I appreciate it. I believe that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Nettles?
Yes, the first slide is us at Forward with council members and families and friends enjoying the fireworks. The next slide is at the YMCA Back to School Fair. Had a great turnout again this year. Next slide, please. Again, I think on the right top, Gina, Mayor Pro Tem, that's Rodney McIntosh. I had the opportunity. Is that? Okay, thank you.
And not the person Bob pointed to the last time.
Okay.
That's Rodney.
That's Rodney McIntosh. We had the opportunity to join Gina and District 5 and at their back to school bash. Free haircuts, fire department was there. It was a great event. Thank you, Rodney McIntosh. Next slide, please. Next Level Cosmetology Hair Show. It was a great event. Over 50 students was there, presented to their family and friends at Brewer High School. Next slide, please. The Como Fest, we had a great time with the Como Parade. Next slide. This is the Forward Metropolitan Black Chamber. Those young gentlemen went to school with Jared and I, and now are business owners and business partners. So we're extremely excited for those young men. Crowley Pride Unified. Next slide, please. TGI Fridays expansion in DFW Airport. And I did fail to mention, I do want to just make an announcement and actually offer up prayers and well wishes to all of our students, teachers, and school districts who are returning to school. So let's continue to pray for our young people and families as they go to school, back to school. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. And Councilmember Beck?
Busy summer with community events. We had several July 4th parades and our annual South Hills Ice Cream Social. Next slide. Had the opportunity to attend a ribbon cutting at Medical City's new neuroscience wing, and it is really amazing what they're doing there, and I feel better that they're in their community trying to make sure all of our brains are working order. Next slide. Drove down to Austin to sit on a panel with some City of Fort Worth staff and other members of the development community to talk about affordable housing and how we can remove some of those roadblocks in that process. Next slide. Coming up, we have the Movies That Matter, Paper Tiger, on Thursday, August 10th. Many of you have heard about the infamous kickball game in which I defeated my colleague next to me, Councilman Nettles. But I think it is safe to say that Councilman Nettles was #1 in style. And so next slide, want to make sure that this makes it in the official public record. Ladies and gentlemen, that is one hell of a jump there. So he might not have won the game, but he definitely won their style points.
lost, Chris. It was before the loss. Okay, we're devolving. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you. So this is District 11 in the community. So I'm going to go back all the way to June. So congratulations to Fort Worth Minority Black Chamber of Commerce, President Michelle Green Ford, Chamber Board, and leadership on a successful annual luncheon. And a huge congratulations to the City of Fort Worth on their award at this event. The pictures on the right. July 7th, I attended a very important neighborhood association meeting in Rosemont where neighbors voted on what park improvements they'd like to see at both Rosemont and Unity Parks. Excited to announce that Parks and Rec is currently working on plans for a mist pad in Rosemont Park. Also, if you have not heard, our very own Rosemont Park art piece, Concentric Harmony, was nominated as a top 100 COD Award finalist this year. Voting ended on July 31st, and winners will be announced at the end of August. Next slide, please. On July 8th, I'd like to thank Carter Riverside Neighborhood Association leadership Rick Herring and Ken Hicks for organizing a very nice meet and greet with neighbors that included the Riverside and Oakhurst neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And on July 10th, July 10th, I'd like to thank city staff from Neighborhood Services, and these are the pictures on the right, for facilitating the District 11 Consolidated Plan meeting. District 11 residents were able to voice their input at the meeting on what they'd like to see in the upcoming Consolidated Plan. On the left, I'd like to thank Bonnie Bray Neighborhood Association leadership, George Falan and Carlos Canizares, for inviting me on a tour of the Bonnie Bray neighborhoods. And the picture on the top is from July 17th. I attended and showed my support for the Riverside Art Project at the Fort Worth Art Commission. This piece will come to life at Riverside Park and will be a tribute to this heritage site and the grove of pecan trees spread throughout the park. This project will be painted on the walking trails and will bring vibrant colors to the already beautiful Oakhurst Scenic Drive. Next slide, please. And on July 15th, on the pictures on the left, I had the pleasure of attending the Health and Beauty Self-Care Fair in observance of Texas Fibroid Awareness Month. Thank you to Councilwoman Beck, who sponsored the proclamation on June 27th. The event was organized by the Barbara Jordan Leadership Institute to bring awareness about uterine fibroids and help bring focused education, health professional screening options, and more to cities across the state. And on the right, I'd like to thank city staff from the Fort Worth Lab and City Manager's Office for facilitating the Echo Heights Land Use Workshop. We had a lot of conversation this evening that helped to reiterate the community's wishes for the 2050 Comprehensive Plan. And the pictures on the bottom right, I'd like to thank city staff from Parks and Rec for facilitating the Gateway Public Master Plan, Gateway Park Master Plan public meeting. We had a good group of participants that included residents and the Parks and Rec board members. Staff was able to collect lots of feedback. Next public meeting dates are September 21st and a date to be determined in November. Next slide, please. And on August 4th, I had the opportunity to go on a ride out. So thank you to Central Division Commander Christopher Daniels for setting this up. I rode out with Officer Norberto Ibarra, who was very patient with me and answered all my questions. I even ran into a familiar face. And on the bottom right, on August 5th, this past Saturday, Mercy Clinic had a local nonprofit, Mercy Clinic, a local nonprofit, hosted a free community health fair. This event had a great turnout, providing services and resources that included back-to-school supplies, sports physicals, health screenings for children and adults, and a lot more. So next slide, please. And this is the District 11 team. We are now fully staffed. I'd like to introduce the layout got messed up, so it was a lot neater. District Director 2, Jamaica Allison. Jamaica, if you'd like to stand and wave hi. And District Director 1, Sarai Flores. Say hi, Sarai. Thank you, and that's all I have for tonight, or for this.
Thank you, Jeanette. I think that's the conclusion of council announcements.
Mayor, next will be speakers on non-consent agenda items, which I believe we have one.
David Martinez. Is David here? No. Yeah, can y'all check for me? David Martinez, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Martinez, and I'm from District 8, but I have properties in other districts, and I wanted to bring up the consolidated plan. I understand that you're going to go through with it and everything like that, but I wanted to also bring up that I would like for all of us to pay attention to Southside, the Southside area in Fort Worth. It's not really basically getting funded right now, and I would like everybody to look at that, and also going forward, that I would like to bring everybody's attention to that area. And I don't know if y'all ever drive down Seminary, McCart area, Hemphill. And I was also wanting y'all to know that there's a lack of art in Southside and everything. And then as we move forward with the Jindy project going on forward, I would also bring up that Southside needs a cultural center, Indigenous, Native Americans, and Hispanics, Mexicans, immigrants, all that stuff that lives in the Southside area. We own houses, we pay rent, we work. We have a good system going on in Southside. For instance, La Gran Plaza. La Gran Plaza brings in a lot of taxes for the city. One of the major ones inside of Fort Worth, more than 7th Street, more than the stockyards. And so I would like everybody to see that these are working people, and we're not getting the funds that we needed, the ones that we put into the system. It's not like we're all on welfare. Many of us are hardworking people, 2 incomes, maybe 3. Many of us have businesses, and then we contribute, yet we're underrepresented. But hopefully now, District 11, our first Latina, will be helping us out and getting things changed. As we all know, what happened with the Buried Theater, that was a very upsetting thing for my people, because after the desegregation happened, that was a theater that was being used for Spanish-speaking people, and now it's not there. And so we would like the city to do better. I know a lot of neighborhoods are getting nice, beautiful. I mean, I went to the MLK Center the other day, and we saw Ms. Bevins it's going to be a beautiful building. I'm envious. I saw what they were going to do, and I was like, wow, that would be nice if we even had half that. We don't even have anything. We don't have libraries, things like that in our neighborhood. Many of the Hispanic children were using that library, and now they're not using anything. Nobody goes to the La Gran Plaza to go and to the library. If you go there, you go to shop. There's culture things going on there, but we would like that to expand, and we'd like for everybody to take notice of that.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Next will be changes in memberships for boards and commissions, with the first one being board appointments from District 3.
Councilmember Crane.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'd like to request your consideration to appoint the following individuals to their respective boards with terms effective October 1st, 2023 and ending October 1st, 2025. William Runyon Jr., Aviation Advisory Board, Stephanie Rome, Park and Recreation Advisory Board. Request your consideration to reappoint the following members to the respective boards with terms effective October 1st, 2023 and ending October 1st, 2025. Deborah Freed, Board of Adjustment, Commercial Alliance Airport Board of Adjustment. Kenneth Jones, Board of Adjustment Residential. Paul Clark, Building Standards Commission. Eva Williams, Community Development Council. Chris Holbert, Library Advisory Board. Joseph Romero, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Commission.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is District 4, but I believe Councilmember Lauersdorf would like to withdraw this appointment.
Got a motion and a second to withdraw. Do we actually need to vote on that, Jeanette? No.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Next will be appointments from District 7.
Councilmember Hill?
Mayor and council, I request your consideration to appoint the following individuals to the respective boards with terms effective October the 1st, 2023, and ending October 1st, 2025. Bernard Malone, Aviation Advisory Board; Lee Henderson, Plan Commission and Capital Improvements Advisory Committee; David Eberstein, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Commission; Sharia Pena, Library Advisory Board; Jason Baldwin, Park and Recreation Advisory; Miguel Zamora, Community Development Council; Jeremy Rains, Zoning Commission and Fort Worth Alliance Airport Zoning Commission; Jarrett Wilson, Board of Adjustment, Commercial and Alliance Airport Board. And the following are for reappointment to the following individuals to the respective boards effective October 1st, 2023, ending October 1st, 2025. Roger Sheffalo for his second term, Historic Cultural Landmark Commission, and Aaron Thiesman, third term, Urban Design Commission. Thank you.
Second.
Mayor, before you vote,
Yes.
if Councilmember Hill would like, she could amend her motion to make the terms effective today instead of October 1st.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to make them effective today.
Motion and a second, please vote. Jared, try again, sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Motion carries.
Next will be appointments from District 10.
Councilmember Blaylock.
So, Mayor and Council, I would like to request for your consideration to appoint the following individuals to the respective boards with partial terms effective October 1st, 2023 and ending October 1, 2024. Is it possible for me to do the same and make these effective immediately, or no?
Yes.
Yes, then I would make them effective immediately. So first is Jeff Davis to the Planning Commission and Capital Improvement Plan Advisory Committee for transportation impact fees. Alessandro Alou for the Building Standards Commission. Alessandro is here today. Thank you for volunteering and coming today. I appreciate you. Phyllis Grissom to the Library Advisory Board. Jana Herrera, the Board of Adjustment Residential. Jana is here today as well. Thank you, Jana. Jacob Warman to the Zoning Commission and Fort Worth Alliance Airport Zoning Commission. Tony DeVito, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And Kimiko Grant to the Community Development Council. And Kimiko is here as well today. The respective applications are attached in resumes if provided. The original copies will be maintained in the city secretary's office. I just want to say this is really exciting for us in the North and District 10. We have now committee members newly appointed for the new district that live close and live in the areas that we're talking about. Sendero Ranch, Stedman Farms, Saratoga, Village of Woodland Springs, McPherson Ranch are all now represented on various commissions. So thank you very much, and I so move.
Motion and a second, please vote, council. Motion carries.
Next will be appointments from District 11.
Councilmember Martinez.
Mayor and Council, I request your consideration to appoint the following individuals to their respective boards with terms effective today, August 8, 2023, and ending August 1st, 2025. Leslie Shields, Library Advisory Board; Mia Moss, Urban Design Commission; Brian Renteria, Community Development Council; and Efrain Carrion, Plan Commission and Capital Improvements Plan Advisory Committee for Transportation Impact Fees. So I make a motion.
Motion and a second, any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mayor, I believe Councilmember Crane may want to reconsider his motion to make his 2 new appointments effective today.
That is correct. I'd like to make the motion to make my 2 new ones, William Runyon Jr. for Aviation Advisory Board and Stephanie Rome for Park and Rec, effective as of today.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next will be item Resolution 230488.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next will be Resolution 230491.
I'm going to say a few things about this, because I think it's an important motion just for the public's understanding. This pertains to the creation of an ad hoc committee related to emergency services. And for those that maybe don't keep up with everything at council, we understand that. But this is the second ad hoc committee I've created since taking office. The first one was actually pertained to fire staffing, which continues to be an ongoing important issue. I reserve these ad hoc committees as some of our highest priority items in the city of Fort Worth. And candidly, there is nothing more important than public safety. When someone calls 911, there must be and always will be the most high-quality patient care sent to help at all times. And the issue at hand is really about the sustainability of funding and to continue to deliver high-quality EMS service in Fort Worth and the surrounding coverage area. While this matter is being studied, it's very important that I know this dais gets across to the public that the level of patient care delivered by MedStar and Fort Worth Fire Department will continue to remain very high, and it's of the most paramount of importance to this entire body. This is an ad hoc committee that is something we have been talking about for months as a council, and this is the right time to put it together to make sure that we're focused on these issues moving forward and working alongside the Fort Worth 440, MedStar, the council, and of course, city management's office. We just recently closed an RFP to take a consultant on to help us understand what emergency services should look like across the city of Fort Worth and the other jurisdictions, by the way, that serve, that work alongside the city of Fort Worth and MedStar. And we've already kicked off this budget season. This will be something we talk about in the next few budget workshops in coming weeks. Ultimately, the decision we will make will be the best move forward, not just for Fort Worth today, but into the future for decades. Again, this is about health, the health and well-being of our residents, and also the health and well-being of our city fiscally. I'll close by saying we grow by 100,000 people every 5 years in the city of Fort Worth right now. And if we don't pay close attention and the decisions that this dais is making today, we will absolutely impact your lives and future generations, especially among emergency management. So tonight's vote is really to establish this ad hoc committee. I'd like to thank all of my council members, especially those that have agreed to serve. And I'll close my comments and we can vote. Thank you, council. Motion carries.
Next item is 230489.
Another fun one. Joel Burns, will you join us at the podium, please? Apparently, we've got discussion on this one, Joel. Just get ready. So for those of you that aren't aware, former Councilman Joel Burns served on this dais from 2008 to 2014, but that's not why he's here today. I've asked Joel, and he's graciously agreed to serve on the Dallas-Fort Worth, or Fort Worth-Dallas International Airport Board. There we go. We like that, right? By the way, the flight attendants let me take over the intercom the other day, coming back from Portland, Oregon, and establish that it really was Fort Worth-Dallas International Airport. And the entire plane did clap, by the way. Jokes aside, this airport has been arguably one of the most important economic drivers for our region, a $37 billion annual impact. We are proud co-owners, all jokes aside, with the city of Dallas. This is one of the most important appointments I make as your mayor, and I appreciate the city council supporting me in this. I wanted it to be someone that understood the business case that this airport is and would treat it like a job and make sure that all of you know you have excellent representation to serve with us at DFW International Airport Board, and to have someone additionally to be my eyes and ears. Former council member also Bill Meadows is stepping off the board after 8+ years on the board. We'll recognize him at a future meeting. But I thought it was important that I note tonight's appointment of Mr. Burns. Thank you, Joel, for continuing to serve your community. Welcome to say anything you would like to. You better hurry before Crane has something to say.
I just want to say thank you for your trust. And Fort Worth has a 50+ year history of sending people who not only are concerned about their current constituents at DFW Airport, but future generations. And it is with that same eye to the future that I have the privilege of continuing to serve the citizens of Fort Worth in this capacity. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Joel. Congratulations. Without counsel, I think we can have a motion.
Are you making?
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I'll make that motion, maybe. No, I'll make that motion. In all seriousness, when I took over this position in the dais, I had great big shoes to fill, and that's not just because Joel is a literal giant, but it's because of the great work that he has done on council. What I'm most excited about is your zealous advocacy for the city of Fort Worth as part of that DFW, and we look forward to seeing that permanent, you advocating for that permanent change of FWD.
I'll do what I
So
can.
move to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Please vote, council. Motion carries.
Item 230487 was continued by staff to August 22nd. So the next item is M&C 23-0191 with a report by city staff member Eric Flatcher.
Perfect. As Eric comes to the podium, I'll say this now because we've got lots of good zoning cases tonight. I've counted, we have 57 speakers. So 57 times 3 is, buckle your seatbelts, everybody. So just simply letting you know that there are a lot of speakers this evening. We can't wait to hear from you all 3 minutes if that's what you like to make. However, I will say if there's something that someone else has said, please maybe just say, I'd like to second that. We do take that into consideration. We're used to staying here plus 10 to 10:30, 11. You may not be. So just wanted to throw that out there before Mr. Flatiger makes his presentation on this very important item pertaining to our comp plan. Eric, floor is yours. Thank you.
And I will try to be brief. Thank you. So I'm bringing back to you a continued item. So the comprehensive plan for 2023 was brought to City Council on March 21st. And you adopted as a body the comprehensive plan at that time with the exception of 2 components of the comprehensive plan. So that is Chapter 4, which is the land use chapter of the comprehensive plan, and Appendix C, which is the future land use maps and policies section of the plan. Those 2 items were continued for the purpose of having additional conversations and meetings with the Echo Heights community, and I think you'll be hearing from them in a moment. And we had several meetings with them. The most recent one was July 25th. Staff has identified several future land use map changes, as well as a new policy in order to address some of the concerns that they've expressed. However, we think that there is opportunity for some additional conversation to take place. So what staff is recommending tonight is that you proceed with adoption of Chapter 4 and of the Appendix C future land use maps, with the exception of the southeast planning sector. That particular map we will continue to have conversations on, and we will be bringing back to you. And we're identifying November 14th as the date to do that. So that gives us 3 months of time to work through more analysis, more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Our first speaker on this item is Tina James, followed by Letitia Wilburn.
Good evening, staff and everyone. I'm Tina James. Shall I like to know my address as well? Okay. I'm actually asking, as we're continuing these situations that we've been having issues on, regarding the Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition, I don't think that there should actually be an extended, so we can go back over and look over. We've been speaking about it for a long time now. So I think we should come to some kind of conclusion. And so when you separate a couple of pieces of it, but say we're going to put this on hold, but we're going to go ahead and take care of this, it's all one situation that we're complaining about. And one of the things that I did want to ask as it relates to this area, I think it's the Sun Valley area for Mr. Bowie, who has 100 plots over there. We're trying to figure out what to do with it. Why can't we get a couple sit-down restaurants to benefit the community? Opposed to making it industrial, let's just make it commercial. We don't have any good restaurants to sit down over there for the community that's already there. And so if we could try to look into that. But one of the things that, again, that we're against, I noticed a minute ago that Mayor Parker made the statement that we have 100,000 people every 5 years, and that we want to look at the life expectancies of our children. Well, she didn't say children, but I will. Of our children and our children's children. We want to make sure that everyone is able to enjoy the city of Fort Worth, not just Echo Heights, not just Stop 6, although I consider Stop 6 to be the capital of Fort Worth. But I'm just saying, we're going to go back and say, we just want everyone to be able to enjoy life, health, and safety in all communities, in all areas. So with that being said, we're asking you to please not just postpone it, but to remove it altogether and allow some things that we've asked for to be applied to the comprehensive plan that's being spoken about over and over. As we said on the 25th, everything that we spoke about, nothing has been applied or accepted on our behalf. We did send a 7-page letter in request of asking certain things to be applied for the community, but we haven't gotten back any answers. Ms. Jeanette Martinez, who's down council for 11, in the process of her running for council, she said that she was going to work with us and look into everything and make sure that we are taken care of as it relates to safety and health in the community. We're going to hold you accountable for that. I know that you're new on the board, and in some areas no, I'm not going to say that. We appreciate you being where you are. We just ask that you take the time to listen and hear what we're saying and work with us on what we're trying to get done. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Letitia Wilburn, followed by Lori Stillis, and she can tell me how bad I butchered her name when she comes to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Letitia Wilburn. I've lived in Echo Heights since 1985. As I stated in prior meetings, when I moved there, I was told that homes would be built in the area that has now become an industrial growth center. That is unfair to people like me. I actually have a trucking company in my backyard. I have whites from the year 2000 on. My neighbors, after neighbor after neighbors, become sick, die, and from illnesses, from cancers and other illnesses. All of my children suffered, my pets suffered, I suffered. One of the things I wanted to point out to y'all is that the Sun Valley PID, it is actually a part of Echo Heights. So you guys are trying to separate the two. There's no separation, it is Echo Heights. The area that you all are trying to industrialize under the zoning comprehensive plan, it's right next to an elementary school. The homes are in that area because it was supposed to have been homes built there. There's only 10 lots left for homes, and those are going to be industrialized. We've asked for a pause on zoning, period, throughout all Echo Heights, including what you guys are calling the Sun Valley PID, which is actually Echo Heights. Trying to look at some of my notes that I have here. There are 200 and something businesses in Echo Heights, less than 750 homes. There are thousands of trucks in our communities. There are no sidewalks. Trucks run up and down our streets. I've seen kids almost get hit by trucks. I've seen dead animals in the street. The city has not stopped to take what we've said into consideration. I know that most of these people up here attend church, believe in God, but at the same time, they're totally disregarding this community where they know people are sick, they know pollution is really bad, nationally ranked, they know people are dying. On my street, I've had a mother-son die, both in her home. Mother-daughter die. I had, 3 neighbors, 4 houses and 5 houses from me that's had limbs amputated on one street. I had one child had leukemia. I have neighbors that live right next door to each other that had kidney failure. Right next door, these things are not coincidences. Several kids had hair losses. My kids, when they were children, had to have skin biopsies because of rashes that they developed on their skin, and the doctor never could figure out what those rashes were, so it's very serious. So we don't want any more industrialization in Echo
Thank
Heights,
you, Ms.
period.
Wilburn. Our next speaker is Lori Stellis, followed by Mary Goodwin.
Thank you. My name is Lori Stelgis, and I'm a resident of Fort Worth in District 3. I'm also the vice chair for the Greater Fort Worth Sierra Club and have joined the effort to collaborate with the Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition. I am asking that you assign a permanent restriction on all future industrial rezoning requests in the Echo Heights Stop 6 area. I live in a neighborhood not far from TCU. A request to rezone lots to industrial use in my neighborhood might never come before this council for several reasons. Our property value would be negatively impacted by a rezoning effort. Our streets would be pummeled by heavy trucks and increased traffic. Our residents would experience an uptick of health issues due to increased pollution. The resulting degradation of our neighborhoods would be swift and difficult to resolve. All of these reasons will result in an outcry from my neighbors. Wouldn't you expect that same outcry from those living in Echo Heights and Stop 6? Isn't your responsibility to advocate against future industrial rezoning requests? The Echo Heights Stop 6 residents are already environmentally burdened by industrial use in their area. Pollution does not stay confined within a border, and additional rezoning efforts will add to the environmental burdens residents already face due to industrial use in their area. Furthermore, slowly converting land to industrial use is how citizens become displaced and pushed out of their neighborhoods. This past fall, I attended a meeting where the guest speaker was Dr. Lindsay Wilson, a department head for the city of Dallas. Her presentation was on Dallas's environmental justice and racial equity plan. The purpose of their plan is to provide city leaders with actionable goals to minimize inequality across Dallas. Their ultimate goal is to become the most equitable city in the United States. Does the city of Fort Worth have an environmental justice department? I'm not aware of one, though we are the 12th largest city in the United States. Several of you were recently re-elected or elected. This should be on your radar. It should be a top priority to fund a department to examine environmental justice in our city. It is time to focus on those communities which have historically been seen as expendable sacrifice zones and work instead towards finding fair solutions. Please respect this request to permanently restrict industrial development in this area and support a clean living environment for the residents of Echo Heights and Stop 6. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Goodman, followed by Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Good evening. My name is Mary Goodman, and I'm a resident of Fort Worth District 8. I'm also a member of the Fort Worth Sierra Club, and I'm a supporter of the Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition. I, too, am asking that you assign a permanent restriction on all future industrial zoning requests in this Stop 6 Echo Heights area. I reviewed the changes to the comprehensive plan that were proposed. One plan now acknowledges an existing mobile home park and is carving out some space for it. However, the existing industrial growth center looms over the neighborhoods. And from the look of the agenda, zoning requests are pouring in. What exactly is being planned for these plots? Light industrial, medium, heavy industrial, possibly commercial? There needs to be a stop to additional industrial growth in this part of the comprehensive plan. All rezoning requests need to comply with the coalition's request. The neighborhoods existed before industry moved in. The decision to allow these trucks to back up to citizens' backyards, where they wash their trucks or start their trucks at 3 a.m., was a city decision. The location was a city decision. Now there are more than 180 industrial facilities in that community. Environmental justice is to address the results of the decisions made long ago. It is to listen to the people affected and meet their needs. From what I see, Fort Worth is not listening to the people who are negatively affected by these decisions. Fort Worth continues to pile on, not back off. Fort Worth needs to look at the comprehensive plan again and address environmental justice as its citizens are requesting. Fort Worth can do better. Fort Worth needs to have an environmental justice plan that envisions meeting all citizens' needs, and we need to correct our mistakes from the past. Please do not approve the comprehensive plan as it exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Ms. Cox will be followed by John McFarland.
Thank you, Council. My name is Geraldine Jackie Cox. I live in Sherwood Williams District. I'm here because I'm concerned about how citizen concerns brought before regulatory bodies for months and years just keep kind of getting brushed under the carpet and ignored. There were real, we thought, promises that there would be some changes as to how Echo Heights would be treated last spring, and then we were set aside to come before you again. And here we are, back again, and you've just carved out a tiny, tiny little piece of the East Fort Worth segment as being, oh, well, okay, we'll provide you some little protections here in this tiny neighborhood. But it's a region. The air quality is not just in Echo Heights. The air quality problems persist over East Fort Worth. And you keep putting more and more industrial stuff in what was a neighborhood in East Fort Worth. There's a little tract over there just south of the McRae Center, which has nice houses. I've driven by it, I've looked at it. It's adjacent to a park. And you're thinking of turning that into an industrial area as well. Whoa, please pay attention. People have had their livelihood and their property damages and their personal health impaired by packing too much industrial waste and wasteful industries into a small area of the city. And then when we come up with complaints and you go, oh, well, we'll have to listen to them, you listen, but it doesn't get fixed. It gets bureaucratically shuffled to the bottom of the pile. We're asking for better than that, please. Pay attention and don't take unfair advantage of East Fort Worth. Thank you.
Richard Perez.
Hello, I'm John McFarlane. I'm the chair of the Greater Fort Worth Sierra Club and here to collaborate and help Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition with their battle for environmental justice. Let me read the definition of environmental racism. It's a type of inequality where people in communities of color and other low-income communities face a disproportionate risk of exposure to pollution and related health conditions. That's what's happened for the last 50 years in Echo Heights and Stop 6 and the North Side. And that's what continues to happen every day, that the city doesn't listen and work on a comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance that truly protects the people over here that live in Echo Heights. People in our coalition, raise your hand or stand up. We have a coalition of Echo Heights Stop 6 community and several other organizations that are here to help them. So I agree with everything that everybody's said so far. I just want to add that that we agree that a moratorium, we're asking for a moratorium on all rezoning cases that will affect rezone from to industrial. until the 2050 plan is complete. And that 2050 plan, that 2023 plan, and the 2050 plan addresses all the concerns of the southeast sector and the north sector as well. This is not only happening on the east side, it's happening on the north side as well, which is also a community of color and or low income. So we're asking that the city of Lisson make substantial, significant changes to industrial zoning areas and shrink the industrial zoning core and rezone to commercial and or other uses where people can actually live a healthy life. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Perez, followed by Caleb Roberts.
I'm Richard Perez. My family owns 5 properties on 1400 North Commerce Street. My family and our 3 renters reside there. Mayor, council, and staff. Environmental justice is defined by the Environmental Protection Agency as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Now, you heard from me last week regarding an issue with a chemical factory 1/4 mile from my home that periodically pollutes the air, and also Echo Heights that faces similar challenges from industry and industrial zoning encroaching on their southeast Fort Worth homes. As you head into finalizing the comprehensive plan for our city's growth and development, I want to encourage you to take into consideration of including environmental justice goals and objectives into the plan. Right now, you do have some goals for environmental quality, but not specific to the neighborhoods that bear the burden of industry that pollutes, increases heavy truck traffic, and ruins the architecture of what a neighborhood should be. Please continue to address the concerns and observations of our friends at Echo Heights to work towards a solution there. A special thanks to our councilman, Carlos Flores, for his help with pointing me in the right direction the last 6 years to address the chemical pollution in our north side area. While taking a neutral position on the subject, he followed up, inspected, and kept lines of communication open. As we continue to work towards goals to help Echo Heights and our north side issues, again, let's move these issues from the periphery and let's put them to the front and center as environmental justice solutions. Let's include specific goals and objectives to the comprehensive plan to guarantee protections for these and other neighborhoods in our city. Now, I know this may be asking for another pause in the plan, but to find the best solutions to problems, it's worth the effort. As the old adage goes, there are no problems, only solutions. But the other adage is, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Thanks again for your efforts, and let's all work together for viable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is Caleb Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Caleb Roberts. I am the co-chair for Downwinders at Risk. We're an environmental justice organization that works all across DFW to make sure that disadvantaged communities breathe safe air, have access to healthy neighborhoods. I want to echo what people in the Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition have been saying about the need to go further into EJ work. I want to talk a little bit about the history of EJ work and why it's important. All histories of major cities have looked at, have a history of, environmental racism, have a history of segregation, redlining, things that pushed certain people away from being able to be self-determined on their neighborhoods and in places where other people didn't want to be, let's say. And that's where we find industry as well. Because people didn't want to be next to others, they push other things that they don't want near them. That's industry. And so that is why today, even years later, generations later, we still have that same land use. And I looked over the plan and to look at some things that says we're going to stop the expansion of industrial zoning. That may be a good start, but that's not enough. Just stopping expansion is just like someone's been stealing from you for years, and then you make a policy not to do so anymore. What does that do for what has been lost in the past? That's where justice comes into play. Justice allows you to deal with some of those things that's been lost. And these communities have not been able to build their neighborhoods the way they want to because industry has been there. Industry is a deterrent for all economic viability. Do you want to eat at a restaurant near industry, raise kids, go to a park, go to a play? None of these things are compatible with industry. So keeping around is just as bad as saying we want more of it. And to end, I think there's some things that can happen. A moratorium is a great place to have this so we can talk about these, but neighborhood plans where the community gets to decide what they actually want to see, so you all can know what the community actually wants, is how you start that justice work. I worked in Amarillo. They have a great policy on this, where they actually funded those neighborhood plans so communities can decide what to spend it on. These are the kind of things that Fort Worth needs to adopt. You know, it's a major player, top 20 city. These things are what people are doing and to be progressive. So thank you.
Council, that's the conclusion of our speakers on this item. I think Councilman Martinez had her light lit up first. If you want to go, you can. You were a 1. You may not be. Go ahead, Councilman Rivens then.
I have a couple of questions, a few comments. My questions will be directed to legal as well as Caleb from Dallas. And where did Caleb go? Okay. You might want to come to the podium. I'm familiar with, I remember rather the documentary that National Public Television did on the lead smelter in West Dallas. And I know how long it took to get there, and I know Louis Sepulveda and that whole story.
Correct.
I guess my question is, what does justice look like when you consider the rights of property owners who've been abiding by the laws as they know? What does that look like? And then you put that affixed to neighbors who feel as if things are leaving them out and their desires are not being heeded. Ms. James mentioned a restaurant. That's nothing that the city can do, but the city can help attract. But because of the industry, your knowledge lets us know that that may not be something that can be attracted. Sure. Just so you know, I believe the pause is to continue serious talks. I don't think it's a delay. But what does that look like? And my question to legal is, again, what does it look like in terms of current property owners who are abiding by the law? The Sun Valley PID just brought in a new French streetlight company. Very little footprint there. You know, it's a good thing, it's not polluting, but both of you, I need you guys to kind of help me see, because I don't know how we get to where everybody wants.
Yeah, I can go. It's definitely a long process, but I think it can start with some of the conversations with those industries. You know, there's a chance for co-location. Fort Worth is a huge city, has a lot of land. You can drive around all day and still be in Fort Worth. So there's opportunity to co-locate those industries in a place away from neighborhoods where they can still go about their daily work. Now, I don't know the timeline on this. I can't speak on that tonight, but other cities have industrial parks or to say areas where we know is industrial and we can separate it from other neighborhoods. And the key to zoning in its tradition is to separate industry from residential. That was what it was founded for. That's what all the case law was about. So I think what the city can do, and that's why I talked about neighborhood plans too, it has to be an overarching policy where the city of Fort Worth decides that these neighborhoods are important and we're going to work for a long-term vision to make sure our industry is located somewhere and our neighborhoods have room to prosper. My thing today is just saying, I know those can't mix.
Thank you. Leanne.
I'm going to have Melinda Ramos come and just speak real briefly to the rights of current property owners if the zoning were to be changed in that area.
So the current property owners, anybody who has a project that's currently underway, if property is rezoned, would be allowed to continue under that. They would have their entitlements already established. So certainly, the city would need to be cognizant in creating plans of what projects are at play and what would be essentially grandfathered in the area. But I think Eric spoke to earlier when he was doing his presentation, having this period of time to allow discussions to occur between the neighborhood and with staff.
That answers my question. I know we're not going to solve anything here tonight, Mayor, but I really don't like to continue having the conversations, but I think the conversations need to go a bit deeper, greater substance, mutual respect, during the meetings. And, I would even be willing to come to a meeting, but not one where I'm just going to be shouted at. And so I say that just try to throw a lifeline out there. I don't think you're going to be able to rip away the current rights of anybody on either side. And so if I live there, if I had property there, I don't know that I'd want to stay if what you all say is true. And I don't know that it's not, but I haven't seen any health reports that attribute to specific cases, nor am I looking for any. But we got to figure out a way to move forward. And so I would just say, Jeanette, I'm willing to help in any kind of way if the community would want my help, but we just can't keep doing this.
Thank you, Gina. Councilmember Beck, did you have anything?
I hear all of your voices in the room and your concern, and I don't think that I think that they are valid concerns. One thing that I've asked, we're all going to get the opportunity, not just your neighborhood, but the entire city is going to get the opportunity to come together and really speak to what we want our neighborhoods to look like as far as future zoning as we go through our comp plan in August. I'm looking at Eric. When do we start that process? The public engagement portion.
So you're speaking of the 2050.
Yes.
And that in terms of the
Microphone, sorry, you have to come down. Sorry, Eric.
Yes.
Come on down.
Good question, and thank you for it. You're speaking about the 2050 comprehensive plan. We are beginning the process of the community engagement by hiring a consultant. The consultant will prepare a public engagement plan and we'll begin implementing that. We expect the first activities, starting with a very significant public event for the whole city after the first of the year.
Okay.
So it's coming up in just a few months.
Okay, thank you. This is a great opportunity for residents across the city to really tell us what you want us to look like in the next 20 years, and to leave your mark on that future land use map. Because it helps us prevent situations like we're in now. It lets us look forward and remedy those ills of the past and do better as a community in the future. I've also asked staff as we go through that process in our comprehensive plan to make sure that we are looking at all of our decisions through an environmental justice lens so that we can ensure that we are not continuing the systemic racism that we have seen through zoning, not just in the city of Fort Worth, but across our nation when we have placed industrial uses next to low-income and minority areas. So hopefully, as we move through this process, I really encourage you to stay engaged and to continue to mobilize, and not just for this particular area, but areas across the city to make sure that we are getting it right this time. And so I hope that you will continue to keep that level as we move forward.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Councilman Martinez?
I want to express my appreciation to council for considering the delay of this comprehensive plan in the southeast sector. And so until November 14th, I've also asked zoning staff to now recommend denial of any future zoning change requests to industrial zoning within that southeast sector. And we've also looked at removing properties that were planned to be industrial back to where they are currently in place now. And with that being said, I'd like to move to approve MNC 23-0191, continued adopting Chapter 4, Land Use, and Appendix C, Future Land Use by Sector, with the exception of the Southeast Sector Future Land Use Map and Policies, which will be continued until November 14th to allow for additional discussion on the Southeast Sector Future Land Use Map and Policies.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Motion.
Got a motion. Can I get a second? Thank you. In closing, again, thank you all for coming. The whole point of tonight's continuation is to keep working with you in the Southeast sector. A lot of the decisions that you rightfully are very concerned about, much of this dais, if we were born, it was barely when those decisions were made. And so our responsibility now is to look forward. What can we do within every piece of power in the city of Fort Worth to create the buffer that all good zoning practices tell you need in residential areas? How do you work with landowners, which, by the way, we have already started that process, that currently own industrial properties, the ones that are most problematic, and continue to work with the neighborhoods? My number one ask of the community is we can take the heat and the yelling and screaming. That's what we get paid the big bucks to do. That we give special consideration for are the amazing staff members of the city of Fort Worth. Eric Flatiger in particular, Cody Wittenberg in environmental, others that are here represented today, they are on your team. I promise you they are advocating every single day to get this right, but we're all human. And when meetings devolve and when they become really personal, what do we do as humans? We give up. And this area, Echo Heights in particular, deserves all of our full attention and detail, and we have committed to do that. All of the things we talked about tonight. Caleb, I know you're from Dallas. We'll forgive you for that. We've had a really great neighborhood revitalization program that's nationally recognized since 2016. I think it's one of the best in the country that David Cook brought here from North Carolina. Thank you, David. We're going to keep doing that work. And you're right, that model is what is needed in neighborhoods like Echo Heights in particular. So we'll do the work together. This is the continuation of the many tough conversations we've had, many public meetings, and everyone's going to keep doing that. This vote tonight is really to keep us moving forward on Southeast Sector. Let staff kind of put to bed this comp plan for this last year so they can really focus on this 2050 plan, which is where we're all really most excited about moving forward. So with that, council, I think we can vote. Motion carries.
Next item is MNC 23-0628 with report by Crystal Hinojosa.
Come on down, Crystal.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and members of City Council. My name is Crystal Hinojosa, and I serve as the Economic Development Manager at the City of Fort Worth in the Economic Development Department. As required by state law, legal notice of this public hearing was published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, which is a newspaper of general circulation, and mailed to each property owner listed on the current tax roll before the 15th day of this meeting. The purpose of the public hearing is to receive public comments concerning the establishment of Ville Ranch Public Improvement District Number 22, including the sufficiency of the petition and the advisability of the improvements and services to be provided, and find that the attached petition requesting establishment of the Fort Worth Public Improvement District Number 22, Ville Ranch, meets the requirements necessary for the City Council to designate the proposed area as a public improvement district pursuant to Chapter 372 of Texas Local Government Code. The general nature of the improvements and services to be provided are included in your council packet and are referenced within the attached petition as made part of this mayor and council communication. It is advisable to establish the Ville Ranch PID to provide these improvements and services because they are feasible, desirable, and will promote the interests of the city and confer a special benefit on the property in Ville Ranch PID. The proposed PID comprises approximately 5,200 acres of land located north of Bear Creek Drive, east of Farm Market 1187, south of Aledo Road, and west of Highway 377 South, as more particularly described by the meets and bounds on the file in the Fort Worth City Secretary Office for review. Following any public comments, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving MNC 23-0628, finding the petition requesting establishment of the Ville Ranch PID is sufficient, adopting the resolution the resolution authorizing and establishing the Bill Ranch PID, and directing the city secretary to file the attached resolution authorizing and creating Fort Worth Public Improvement District Number 22 with Tarrant County and Parker County as required by Chapter 372 of Texas Local Government Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions, council, for Crystal? Not, Councilmember Crane.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Crystal and Dana and the rest of the staff that worked on this. I'd like to move to close the public hearing and approve M&C number 23-0628, finding that the petition requesting establishment of the Ville Ranch PID is sufficient, adopting a resolution authorizing and establishing the Ville Ranch PID with a revision to the third whereas clause reflecting that the Fort Worth Star-Telegram is a newspaper of general circulation in both the corporate limits and the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city in which the district is to be located, and directing the city secretary to file a copy of the resolution in the real property records within 7 days.
Got a motion and a second? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is M&C 230631.
We have two speakers on this item, council. Our first is David Martinez, followed by Christina Snook. Did David leave? He did. Is Christina here? I didn't see Christina either. Okay, we'll just wait a second.
Mayor, would you like Sharon Berkeley to come up and give?
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a public hearing. Sharon, sorry about that. Keep me straight, Jeanette.
Good evening, Mayor Parker, members of the City Council. I'm Sharon Berkeley, the Community Development Planning Manager with the Neighborhood Services Department. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive comments regarding the 2023 to 2027 Consolidated Plan, including the 2023 to 2024 Annual Action Plan, required for the city's receipt of grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The Consolidated Plan is a 5-year strategic plan that identifies strategies and objectives that will meet the goals of the HUD program. It covers 5 HUD program years, beginning October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2028. 9 priorities and goals have been recommended for the use of grant funds during the con plan period, including affordable housing, housing preservation and rehabilitation, neighborhood improvement and revitalization, economic empowerment and financial resilience, children and youth services, aging in place, accessibility improvements, homelessness prevention, and healthy living and wellness. The action plan specifies how HUD grant funds will be used in the upcoming program year, which will be year 1 of our con plan, from October 1st, 2023 to September 30th of 2024. The total amount of grant funds budgeted through this 2023 to 2024 action plan is $13,452,621, as well as an estimated amount of $100,000 in program income from the use of grant funds in prior years. The specific grant sources are the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME, Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Program, HOPWA. Overall purpose of these funds is to assist low-income households and neighborhoods. Recommendations for this plan's funding allocations were developed with the assistance of the Community Development Council, which is the city's advisory board for use of these grant funds. This public hearing follows a 30-day comment period on the draft consolidated plan, which ran from Friday, June 30th until Monday, July 31st. It was posted on the city's website for public review, and copies were distributed to the 2 regional city libraries, as well as made available in the Neighborhood Services Administrative Office. One additional public hearing was held during this 30-day period on July 12th at the Chamblee Library. As referenced in the submitted consolidated plan, an amended plan will be submitted in the event that one or more awarded agencies is unable to execute a contract with the city, if required by HUD. Staff is requesting that following any additional comments received this evening, the public hearing be closed and the M&C be approved. Thank you.
David Martinez, followed by Christina Snook.
Okay, I'm back. So, I wasn't allowed to speak earlier. I wanted to speak against the zoning over there in Echo Heights. It has something to do with what I'm gonna say next also. Okay, I wanna bring up that many of y'all don't know, or maybe some of y'all do know, but this used to be all belonged to Native American land. I'm a Native American, I'm Chiricahua Apache. I'm with the Mescalero tribe. One of the things that happened a few years back, I found out about the high rate of infant mortality rate in Fort Worth being really high. So how I found out was my baby cousin died. So, and I recently found out that many of the children were dying in my family. So I heard Jennifer Castillo bring up that the infant mortality rate was coincided with the environmental racism. Okay, now I know correlation doesn't mean causation. Okay, so I know that, but I got involved and I started going to the Echo Heights meetings and I started finding out and seeing all the environmental problems. Now I'm a Native American and I want to tell y'all something. I don't care what you identify with. All of us need clean water, clean food, and clean air to live, to survive. And so I bring this up because I know as a member of the Chiricahua tribe, my life is protected by federal and state law. Okay, now not everybody here is protected like that. And also want to bring up that because we're indigenous people, there's only 50,000 Apache left in the world, okay? 50,000 left of my people. So, and I'm one of them, and we're dying. It is very important that the city of Fort Worth starts to move forward and starts protecting its people over dollars. The millions you want to make, all that stuff, doesn't matter nothing compared to the life of these children that exist now. I also want to bring up that some of y'all are moving forward and want to do things and create buildings, nice, beautiful buildings, and there's nothing wrong with that. I want to do that, but I want to preserve the indigenous culture here in Fort Worth, and that is what I'm dedicating the rest of my life to do here in Fort Worth. And I want y'all to know that it's very important that you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We appreciate you. Next speaker is Christina Snoke.
I didn't plan out my speech as well, so hopefully I'm not all over the place. But I want to thank y'all, first of all, for having me tonight. I want to thank Councilwoman Martinez. I want to say that even though she's only been in office for a short period of time, the level of care and communication and acknowledgement of our concerns, I've been very happy with so far. So I'd also like to publicly acknowledge that Rosemont is split into 2 districts, 11 and 9, and that our District 9 section has more residents than Shaw Clark and Ryan Place that are other District 9 neighborhoods. And we are probably the most vulnerable to displacement as we are full of BU zoning, at least the District 9 section is, and we have multiple self-dorms going up. And with the new rezoning of Ryan Place and nowhere else for TCU housing to go, it feels a bit like our neighborhood was thrown to the wolves. Systemic racism looks like one neighborhood being afforded one opportunity and another is not, though they're only separated by one street. So I would like to humbly and respectfully request that Councilwoman Beck acknowledge her section of our neighborhood in District 9 so that we can get the representation we deserve to protect our neighborhood. So here to talk about consolidated plan, I would like to acknowledge first and foremost that we're the only district, that was the only district that had its public meeting after the plan was already drafted up with the input of all the other districts. So That's a problem for me because when we were redistricted, that shifted around demographics. We're a largely Latino district. Our priorities change, and I would have liked for us to have the opportunity to give our input on what was important to us with HUD funding. A big issue for me is the severe lack of opportunities to make our residents homeowners. Though the city has many affordable housing apartments going up, there's only one housing development, and that's Renaissance Place, where people are allowed to purchase homes. And even though it feels really good to house a lot more people on the same amount of land you can build homes on, if you want to have, all you're doing is creating a city full of renters, but keeping them in cycles of poverty. So if you want to break those cycles of poverty and give them the opportunity to build generational wealth, they're going to do that through home ownership, okay? I'm often told that there's no land, but there's no land till there is land. Just like there was no land for Tobias Place, and just like there was no land for the development on Our Lady of Victory. And buildings are demolished every day, just like Barry Theater, which was, by the way, one of the last and few Latino historical landmarks. So I would like for us to be aware of developments before demolition happens and plans are made. If an allotment of land comes up, I'd like
Sorry to cut you off, but
allocated for a housing development for homes for purchase.
thank you very much. Council, that's the last of our speakers on this MNC. Does anybody have a motion written? Thank you. Okay, there you go. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Council, please vote.
Mayor, can we clarify that that's also closing the public hearing?
Yes, to clarify, we're also closing the public hearing and move to approve. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-045.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Barry Hudson.
Mayor, members of the council, it's my privilege to speak in favor of this zoning request. Do we have the presentation? Yes. These are 4 isolated individual lots that are located within the Sun Valley Industrial Neighborhood. It is a neighborhood of industrial users. It's part of the Public Improvement District. 96% of this is already zoned light industrial. It's almost fully built out, as you can see in the aerial. We have 10 remaining infill lots. The request tonight is to rezone 4 of those from B to I because they're within the interior of the district. The overall district is 161 acres, 96% already zoned, only 4% is still Zone B. The total acreage of the lots that are remaining that are in tonight's request is 2 acres for 4 lots. Very small because these are small office warehouse uses, very clean, no large trucks that would represent a larger industrial area. One thing that's been said in the comprehensive plan statements earlier is that we were part of the Echo Heights. This is not true. This is a city map showing the Sun Valley planned industrial district and Echo Heights. The closest single-family residential home in Echo Heights is over a half mile, 0.6 of a mile from our zoning. This is not adjacent to Echo Heights. There is a distance there. This is different than the overall industrial growth center. So this is very separate. So this is the comprehensive plan, the previous comprehensive plan showing the outline of the PID. This is a half-mile radius around all these zoning requests that we have. Again, each and every one of these lots is surrounded by existing industrial uses. It does not make sense. These are vacant lots. It does not make sense to build single-family residential or duplexes within the middle of this industrial area. All the access is from the east, from Loop 820. The staff report, we need to point out this is I light industrial, not J or K, which some of the industrial is to the north. This is compatible, it's consistent. Staff recommended approval. Zoning Commission overwhelmingly recommended approval. The other thing that's been brought up are industrial growth centers. There are 11 total. They are spread throughout the city. They're in each quadrant of the city. This is the smallest one in Southeast Fort Worth. And so jobs are needed. This is good planning. This is good economic development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Galbraith, followed by Senator McLaughlin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Tom Galbraith, Dunaway Associates. I think it's important that we bring context into the specific lots we're talking about. And what I want to do is actually walk you through the 4 lots that Barry did a good job of talking about, composing 1.3% of what we're talking about in 161 acres, 2.2 acres. So we're going to talk about 5,000 David Strickland, 5,000 Formosan, 5412 Dorothy, 5025, 5029 Vesta Farley. So these are just the site plans that are proposed, and I want to just talk to you briefly about what's around. Context is important with zoning, and if you think about putting a duplex or single-family home in this, you'd have to consider the context. And what we have in this first one is unrelated to Sun Valley Central Freight Line Trucking to the north, Crossroads LP Traffic Safety Services to the east, Firestar Fire System to the south, and then to the west is a newly developed industrial office warehouse that the client has already developed and is occupied. This next one is a little bit different. It's just a parking lot, and it's serving Caddy Corner to the southeast, 2 offices, as you see in the smaller caption in there. Vacant lot to the east, church parking lot to the north, construction office to the south, Amtech Manufacturing to the west. This particular one, and all of these are going to be 20% office, 80% enclosed warehouse, clean operations, lay down yards. If you've not been to some of these facilities, I would encourage you to go. They're very clean and work very efficiently and very cleanly. We don't use semi-trucks. These are smaller, niche, light industrial type users. To the north of this is a for lease warehouse building. To the east, Sunbelt Rental. To the south, a laydown yard for the conglomerate of different industrial uses. And to the west, Crossroads LP Traffic Safety laydown yard. Again, 20% office, 80% enclosed warehouse, laydown area. To the north, Sunbelt Rental Company. To the east, Dish Network. To the south, overhead Encore transmission lines. And to the west, the Forest Glen Mobile Home Park. These do not lend themselves to being developed. As you can see, they're all vacant right now. I would not anticipate a developer to come in and develop these lots if you were to remain residential. So I'm going to stop at that point. I've got 10 seconds left. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Our next speaker is Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Cedillo McLaughlin, and I've been in that neighborhood for 40 years. So the industrial has been there for quite some time. There was several businesses there before myself. What I'm going to go over is a 10-year growth, what's happened. 10 years ago, there were 76 businesses. Today, there's 153. There were back then, there was 28 buildings with 888,000 square feet. Today, there's 1.3 million square feet, a growth of 48%. Back then, there was 61 vacant lots. Today, there's 10. And these are all have gone to industrial, not residential. The job creation for the last 10 years. 10 years ago, there were 3,000 jobs in the neighborhood. Today, there's 4,500 jobs. The average wage is $60,000. There's $90 million in additional wages in Fort Worth because of Sun Valley Industrial Park. There's over 100 job openings currently in Sun Valley Industrial Park. The tax revenue for the past 10 years. The property values 10 years ago were $38 million. Today, they're $122.9 million, a 322% increase, which means $1.1 million to the city of Fort Worth. The annual sales for Sun Valley Industrial Park is $702 million, which means $14 million in sales tax to the city of Fort Worth. The next slide shows the businesses there. We have Pella windows. They just install windows. They don't manufacture windows, they install them. Von Roche Lighting, like Gina said, it's solar lighting. We have Honeywell in the neighborhood. We have Texas Department of Transportation, Dish Network, Stanley Steamer, Skidabrator, a lot of national and local businesses. We even have a storefront for Fort Worth Police Department, which we, Empire Holdings, donated to have the City of Fort Worth Police Department in our neighborhood. We created the PID, and we pay taxes. Sun Valley Industrial Park added a tax rate so that we could fund additional security in our neighborhood. And just there's over 100 jobs. If you go to the next, 100 jobs, salary ranges up to 300,000, 14 jobs that are available right now at over 100,000, and the average salary is 60,000. And there are ServWest, Skidabrator, XPO, Air Gas Supply, ADI, Calvary, United Rentals, Moho, Arrow, Dish, all looking for people to employ. And we also are supported by our PID. 100% of our PID is.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, guys, and you have the letters.
Our next speaker is Bowie Holland, followed by Jay Chapa.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Before I begin, let me skip ahead to the next slide here. I'd like to acknowledge the concerns for pollution that have been expressed tonight. Pollution is something that we have a concern about. It's a concern in industrial areas. It's something we take very seriously. I spend the majority of my week in Sun Valley. Our employees, our tenants, our leases don't allow for pollution. City of Fort Worth doesn't allow for pollution. TCEQ doesn't allow for pollution. EPA doesn't allow for pollution. We don't want pollution. I'd like to stand with the folks here tonight against pollution, and Sun Valley will continue to stand against pollution. One thing that's been said is fairly broad allegations, non-specific of polluting industries. As Sandra spoke, she's been in the neighborhood for 40 years. We've looked very hard to find those industries. It's a concern of ours. We've spent tens of thousands, probably over $100,000 on phase 1 and phase 2 investigations before we purchase a property. We want to look back as far as the records go, what has ever been there, what's ever operated there, test the soil, test monitoring wells, sample the soil, look for that pollution. It's something we take extremely seriously. Again, our folks work there day in, day out. Right here is a map of Sun Valley. This shows just since 2020, these is 21 environmental site investigations. And if you'll look at the arrow at the bottom, every single one of those came back clean. So these are professional environmental investigators. Many of them work for the EPA. They know how to look for pollution and find pollution. They've looked, they couldn't find it. We want to keep looking and keep continuing to monitor, but it is something we take seriously. The City of Fort Worth takes pollution seriously. Your team has come out and looked, both environmental teams and code compliance, and we're not aware of any existing code compliance case or any environmental investigation. I'd point to the bottom of the slide there. They did not identify any concerns. Taking into account the concerns that were expressed, we at significant expense installed private air monitoring, and the circle down there in the lower left corner, that's Sun Valley. And that's 29 parts per million in the air. And you can just see the rest of the Metroplex. There is pollution in the Metroplex. Sun Valley is relatively good. This is a week-long chart comparing air pollution downtown here in this building off Commerce Street to Sun Valley. Respectfully, the air's a little bit cleaner in Sun Valley. But we will continue to monitor. I'd just like to wrap up these last few points. As far as Sun Valley is concerned, the full support and no opposition within Sun Valley. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Chapa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jay Chapa, 3344 Hamilton Avenue. I'm here today I have my career with the city, worked as Economic Development Director, then in the City Manager's Office, and for years worked with the folks in Sun Valley to improve the situation there. And they have done a lot to move that forward and end up in the results that you see today with what's there, including using private funds to fix drainage issues, creating the PID, donating facilities for the police department, and keeping these 4 properties residential in the middle of light industrial makes no sense whatsoever, in my opinion. And so I'm here that you should support the rezoning of these properties to light industrial. Additionally, I know from past history, the owner of the property always puts restrictions on what can go beyond just light industrial zoning. And so things like trucking or parking trucks and that kind of thing is not allowed. So I would just recommend that the City Council approve the zoning for these properties to light industrial and with the regular restrictions that the owner usually puts on there. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Councilmember Bivens, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and Jay, I'm sure you could probably answer this too. There appear to be good guys and bad guys. I'll just put it like that. I was invited to visit the area where Bowie and Sandra are, just as a tour when Betsy was mayor, and all I saw was clean stuff. But when I went further west, I saw stuff that I really wouldn't want to be around. And so is everything there a part of Empire, or are there independent operators nearby, further west?
Well, Empire, I don't believe, and Sandra can answer this question, I don't believe Empire owns all of the properties.
And that's what I'm looking at in my mind. When I visited, everything there is like eat off the floor clean. And I know that what the companies that I've seen come there, like Pella, like Sandra mentioned, just trying to give a picture to people. The old-fashioned steam engine, smoky building that you see is not owned by these people. And so it may be that code really does need to continue looking at the entire area, because I would hate for this company to get blamed for deeds done by others. And there have been some other deeds that when I visited by Ms. T's house that I saw, and I know that that's not these people. And so that kind of lays the groundwork for me to be in support of this, if that's what the motion from Jeanette is going to be. Councilmember Martinez, I'm sorry. So thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Our next speaker is Richard Wolf.
Mayor, Council. I don't really have any prepared remarks, and I'll keep this really short. I'm a rare owner-user in the Sun Valley Industrial Park. My dad started a business in '79, and he bought a piece of property at 5109 Sun Valley Drive in 1982. So we've been there this whole time, and he passed away in '06. It's me and my brother now. And since the PID has been formed, and full disclosure, I'm on the board of the PID, there's really been a lot of improvement with the safety patrol in particular, and all the new development that Empire is doing. We fully support it. This is kind of a new breed of property in the Sun Valley Industrial Park, and I'd just like to say we're all for it. There are a lot of small businesses there that are, I mean, some of them are not nearly as clean as the new stuff that Empire is building, but it's all still just light industrial. It's people like me. I have a construction company, and I need a place to park my equipment that, leaves every day to go work on job sites remotely, and I need to store job material outdoors, and that requires an I zoning, and it's got to go somewhere. And the closer it can be to my customers, who are, primarily in the city of Fort Worth, the better it is, I think, for everybody. And we're trying to be good neighbors, and I think the kind of tenants that Empire's developments on these 4 parcels will bring in will be, the kind of tenants you want to see there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ricardo Ramirez, followed by Will Northern.
Hi, Ricardo is running late, so I'm going to speak on his behalf.
That's fine. What's your name?
Jessica Ramirez,
Jessica.
and he's my brother. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jessica Ramirez, and I and my brother own a small business in the Sun Valley area. We have now been there for 10 years, and we are a minority-owned business. And like I said, we have been there for 10 years, and I have witnessed firsthand how the development of the industrial park has changed the neighborhood for the better. This specific area used to have a lot of crime and an abundance of illegitimate casinos, but the development happening over the last couple of years has had a positive impact on the neighborhood. Personally, this development has helped in the growth of our business. As rents in other places keep getting higher and higher, ours has remained very affordable, and this has allowed us to, just last year, be able to rent one more unit as we keep growing. Every time a new building is added to the development, it brings more jobs, new jobs, to the area. We have 50 employees, and almost half of them, if not a lot of them, live within 3 to 4 miles from where we have our shop. And there is no doubt in my mind that Sun Valley Industrial Park has had a positive economic impact in the neighborhood. We are extremely happy to call Sun Valley Industrial Park the home for our business, and look forward to continue to seeing the growth and help it's giving to businesses like ours. And we can't wait to keep growing and get bigger and bigger. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for her.
Of course, Chris, go ahead.
You come back to the podium. You said you and your brother owns a small business there. What is the small business?
We have a construction and a welding business. And we do a lot of construction, but we mostly use the place that we rent for just storage. And my office is there as well.
Okay, and you mentioned that there was some crime there due to casinos.
Yeah, there used to be a bunch of casinos. Whenever we would go to the neighborhood meetings, we would see where they were located. I can't remember the streets, but I know there were quite a few. There were
Inside
like
the
4.
industrial businesses, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are they still there?
No.
no.
We have Sandra Canan, I witnessed stuff. And so they donated land, we have the police there, and we are enforced, and there used to be a place you couldn't even go past a certain area until they saw the chief in the car with Sandra. So the crime is down in that pit area, mainly because of their donating property and land and equipment for police.
Well, I was just trying to see where I can go instead of going to Durant, Oklahoma.
No, you can't come over here anymore.
Okay.
You might have to
Thank
make
you.
that
Those are the questions I have for you.
Sorry, Mrs. Ramirez.
And that was Reverend Nettles who prayed for us a while ago?
Just to spread the word out.
Will Northern, if you dare, come to the microphone.
I don't know how I follow that, but thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Will Northern. I'll keep my comments brief. I come before you as a former zoning commissioner of 8 years, real estate broker for 15 years, and a lot of the comments that were made were points I was going to make. But the final comment, I guess, that comes to mind that hasn't been said is supporting a Fort Worth-based developer doing projects in Fort Worth. That's really important to me. And Sandra and the Empire team have a great track record of fantastic projects. For all the reasons you've just heard, I would encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Our next speaker, I think, is a caller. It's Lou Dooling. We have Lou queued up. followed by Chelsea Petty, who's also a caller.
Lou?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Lou Julian, and I am in support of rezoning for light industrial. My company has invested heavily in Sun Valley Industrial Park. 3 years ago, we purchased 18 properties within the Sun Valley Industrial Park. The potential in this area is what drew us to it. I believe the economic growth of this area will benefit the future of the city. Case in point would be over 1,000 jobs have been created in this area from 2013 to present. My company's properties are light industrial uses, and we don't want any pollution as evidenced by the deed restrictions we have recorded on our properties. Our first item for due diligence while we were under contract to purchase these properties was at our own expense ordering independent full phase 1 environmental studies that cost us tens of thousands of dollars. All the studies showed clean properties with no items of significant concern. I can say with full confidence that we would not have closed on any of these purchases if there was any type of environmental concern. My company strives to make sure that neither us nor our tenants create any excessive pollution or environmental issues. And since acquiring these properties, our property management team makes unannounced site visits and monitors our tenants to make sure that they are not polluting or doing anything that would cause any damage to the area. The other owners and the PID board, which I am a member of, meet regularly to discuss community concerns and strive to be good neighbors. I'd like to close by saying that Southeast Fort Worth is historically underserved and underdeveloped versus the rest of Fort Worth, and we hope to continue to invest here and be good neighbors to everybody. Thank you.
Our next caller is Chelsea Petty, followed by Sherry Dukes.
Ms. Petty, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Chelsea Petty, the PID manager for Sun Valley PID 15. I support this zoning request and want to speak on the impact of the PID and its business owners, which Richard touched on a few minutes ago. As you've heard a bit of already, the businesses in Sun Valley PID are a community that's highly committed to maintaining a vibrant, safe, and clean district, and they've elected to assess themselves an additional tax to ensure just that. We enjoy a good partnership with the City of Fort Worth, both with economic development and Fort Worth PD, and the business community here really cares about the area and the Southeast region. Through the PID, we've made the area substantially safer and more inviting for job creation. We've already spoken generally about crime reduction in the area, but specifically, in the last 10 years, we've seen a 50% reduction in crime. We've also seen increased property values from $38 million to $122 million, and are now even attracting Fortune 500 companies to the area. Sandra and Lou spoke already to the incredible job creation the district has spurred, and I just want to add that these jobs with the average salary of $59,000 per year include some entry-level positions. We fully support this zoning request to continue our positive impact on the Southeast Fort Worth community. Thank you very much.
And Sherry Dukes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sherry Dukes, and I'm Echo Heights Neighborhood Association president. Mr. Bowie Holland has attended several Echo Heights neighborhood meetings in reference to the zoning change request. He has been very kind to me and very informative, and so far, a really good neighbor. As long as there are no types of environmental and industrial issues, and I'm sure it will not be on Mr. Bowie because he cares for the area. I am in favor of the rezoning, and that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Letitia Wilburn, followed by Adrian Smith, who I think is not with us anymore of the evening, and be followed by Tina James.
As I stated before, I lived in this neighborhood since 1985, and it has gotten worse since this industrial stuff come into the community. This is the perfect example of what redlining and industrial racism is, and environmental injustice is as well. This is a black and brown community. You got all of these white people coming up here telling us what's good for our community. Not a one of them live over there. I live over there. And Maddie Parker, you said it best earlier today. You actually said that 100,000 people would be moving here each 5 years doing emergency, medical, and box resolutions. This will create pollution and other things. You said it yourself just earlier. Now what I'm saying is that PID is a part of Echo Heights. They don't even know the community. It is a part of the community. There were homes over there. There were homes supposed to be built over there before they started to industrialize. I am very offended. I have never considered myself to be a racist person, and I don't think any of you up there are racist, but I hope that you all would see the racism in this. They talk about jobs. You bringing people from outside into the community. People in the community are not working at these jobs. It's an insult that you guys are doing this. This community is heavily polluted. And you said air gas. When we went on the toxic tour, there was stuff coming out of those barrels, out of the containers there. And we took pictures of it. And the city was on the toxic tour, and they saw that. Now, y'all talked about all the zoning deal that was there for residential before industrial came, and only 10 lots are left. That is an insult. I don't think anybody on that council would want that to happen in their community or where they live. I lived there. I raised my kids there, and they say it's not polluted. My children, when they were juveniles, when they were kids, had to have skin biopsies because of rashes that they were getting when this industry started coming in. You go over there, you see black stuff on the street where it should be water, it's black. You go to the park, you see the water flowing, and it's orange. It is out of all of this city that's rated 16 in the nation for pollution. The county get an F. Y'all are in trouble with the government, and they say that this one community is not polluted. I'm totally insulted. This is redlining. This is racism. And what they're doing is racist. They are white people in a black and brown community. They don't live there. We do. Their children are not getting sick. Our children are getting sick. They're not getting counselors. We are getting counselors. I'm offended.
Next speaker is Tina James.
Okay, y'all. Miss Sandra made a statement, and she brought about all the businesses that are over. And just to be clear, it's the Echo Heights community. Sun Valley is a street. It is not the community. It's a street that runs east and west, right next to 820. So, well, connecting to 20. So the other thing is, I noticed that some of the business owners have, and Mr. Bowie has brought in a lot of people to speak on his behalf and his company and why they should be there. It even sounds like half of y'all up here are in support of him as well. Not knocking it. But I do want to ask this question. I heard a lot of them say about people that work. How diverse is their employees at their jobs? How diverse is it? Because none of our children or our community work at their locations. The second thing that I'd like to ask, she mentioned about the different jobs. I don't know if Empire actually owns one of the waste companies that sits on the corner of Parker Henderson and David Strickland, but there are 3 waste companies that sit right there. The third thing is I'd like to know how many times have the city of Fort Worth Code went out and did inspections on these properties? And if they have, what are their ratings? Have they passed? Are they A's, F's? Can we get them to verify all this information that they said they are passing and they're doing what is required by law as it relates to no pollution, no hazardous materials and things like that? They all spoke very highly of that they're so supportive of all the good things that they're doing. Now, let's just be honest. Let's be clear. We know by law that speeding is against the law and can get you a fine. But half of us have done speeding before and got citations. I don't think there's not one person in here that's never gotten a citation. Not intentionally, but we were passing and speeding. You're gonna sit up here and tell me that every last one of these people that are sitting over here have actually kept up with the law and has abided by all the rules and regulations and policies that these companies are supposed to provide and follow? You're telling me every last one of these companies have done that? I don't think so. How many times have the city of Fort Worth Code went over and inspected these properties? We did take y'all on a toxic tour, and we saw plenty of violations over there. Half of the people that was with us that worked for the city identified some of those, but when they went back, these people were cleaning these things up. So as it relates to, and also they said they donated some information, some properties. What year did they donate that property? And why all of a sudden now are they donating property? At the meeting that we had, we asked Mr. Bowie about donating some information, some stuff to the community. He said no. So you're gonna donate the police department some information, some stuff, but you won't do it for the community that you care about. We're still suffering over in this community, so where were y'all when we were in need? And as it relates to safety, we still have a lot of different things that are going on in this community. They don't walk the neighborhoods. They don't walk Tahoe, Kellis, Pecos, South Highlands. They don't walk any of those streets. We do, though. We walk these streets. My daughter just had a daughter that she walks every morning with the stroller. So when we're talking about safety, this is about us watching each other in our community. That's on the other end.
Thank you, Ms. James. Our
You're
next
welcome.
speaker is Geraldine Jackie Cox, followed by David Martinez.
Thank you, Council. I'm Geraldine Jackie Cox. I mentioned earlier that you had sliced out this tiny little piece of the industrial sector in East Fort Worth and called it, this is a little preserve, we're going to help Echo Heights. But if you want to help Echo Heights, you have to help a larger segment of East Fort Worth to get there. I was reading the economic development plan for this tract, and whoever wrote it said, this zoning request will assist in high wage growth, but it does not contribute to the quality of place. No, if you add 2 more manufacturing facilities in the middle of a neighborhood of manufacturing facilities, you are absolutely for sure going to have more trucks in and out, which is going to be more air pollution. And as Ms. James noted, you're going to get more refuse, more industrial waste, because manufacturing produces industrial waste. So if you all really want to help the environment in East Fort Worth, consider please what Sierra Club asked for and what we still want was both a moratorium on additional industrial activities in East Fort Worth, but more and equally important was some environmental monitoring, air quality monitoring, water quality monitoring. Buck up your Environmental Protection Division and provide us with some solid data on what's really going on over there so that we can prove it if we must when we have to go to court. But we need help with environmental quality in Fort Worth. It's getting hard to breathe. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez, is David still here? Do we know if David's here? Martinez? Hallway probably again. That's a guess. Okay, that's the last of our speakers. Councilman Martinez, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a few comments before I state my motion. As the representative of District 11 and a concerned citizen for the surrounding neighborhoods near Sun Valley, there's a call for urgency to address the concerns of the Echo Heights community. With the delay of the comprehensive plan in the southeast sector, community input is critical. There will be no new industrial zoning outside of what is already in place. This, however, will not include the Sun Valley PID boundaries. For those unfamiliar with the purpose of a public improvement district, a PID is a contiguous area of land created by petition, a funding mechanism put in place to enhance improvements and services. Property owners within the defined boundary of the PID pay a special assessment for improvement and/or services that confer a special benefit on properties within the PID. Allowed projects within the PID include transportation, lighting, signs, art installations, park improvements, public improvements such as sidewalks, street improvements, and drainage, to name a few. This PID has contributed to increased security and road improvements that are in place today. Echo Heights does not want development that increases environmental pollutions. No more big trucks that tear up the roads. It is for this reason that I'm making a modified motion to the proposed zoning case. And with that being said, I move to approve ZC-23-045 as amended to PD plan development based on I light industrial with site plan waived and excluding the following uses: correctional facility, bar, club, or dance hall, sexually oriented business, convenience store, game room, pawn shop, retail smoke shop, tattoo parlor, auto repair, paint and body shop, towing yard, truck stop, vehicle sales or rental, excluding equipment rental, unimproved storage yard without a building, outdoor storage for truck tractors or their trailers, truck terminal, warehouse distribution greater than 75,000 square feet. So I make a motion.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? With that, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-068.
We have 3 speakers on this item, council. The first is Brian Paul, followed by Glenn Keeley. Is Brian here? I know we got lots of movement. No. Okay. Glenn Keeley? No. And Sherry Dukes, who I think we're calling.
She actually indicated that she did not want to speak on this item.
Okay, then council, that's the last of speakers on this item. No.
Sorry.
We got to continue this one.
Yeah. I'm going to move to, no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to move to continue this case until September 12th.
Okay. Motion and a second, please vote. Motion continues.
Next item is ZC-23-055.
Councilmember Bivens, we have a few speakers on this item. The first is Melanie Goders, followed by Stuart Winkler.
Hi. I'm Melanie. I'm the general contractor helping out with the CapEx improvements on this property. Oh, there we are. Since 1974, almost 50 years ago, this particular property has been zoned light industrial. In 2018, just 5 years ago, our subject parcel here outlined in white was rezoned from I light industrial to G intensive commercial. At that time, 4 of the 5 buildings were occupied by light industrial users, and their occupancy under this use class was grandfathered in with that rezoning. They are still operating today under the light industrial ordinance. The 5th building on the site has remained vacant since that rezoning in 2018. And according to the brokers contracted to lease the space, it's been kind of difficult to raise interest in leasing the building by users in the more restrictive G zoning, as the facility was made for and still surrounded by light industrial uses. Interestingly, as you can see, the surrounding zoning on the east side of Loop 820 and on the eastern, northern, and southern borders of this G zoning is MU2, intensive mixed use, which does allow several of the light industrial uses we've requested, including assembly of pre-manufactured parts, furniture and cabinet repair, monument and marble works, printing, lithography, and so on. If these uses are permitted on 3 sides of our site already, it doesn't seem unreasonable that they might be added to our request. Additionally, the new ownership of this site is currently performing extensive CapEx improvements equal to almost 100% of the appraised improvement value of the property. And with this fresh start, the aim is to lease the vacancy as quickly as possible versus leaving it empty for extended periods where more theft and more vandalism can occur. This planned development overlay will allow us several light industrial uses that can complement those existing long-term tenants. The full list of uses we wish to add are outlined in our application, but can potentially be adjusted if council has a particular area of concern. After reaching out to all of the listed neighborhood associations, including the Carver Heights East, which we did reach out to and got in touch with, and other owners along the frontage road, we received emails of support from Stop 6 Sunrise Association, the Handley NHA, and no other groups ever contacted us back to ask questions or raise concerns. We also received written support from our neighbor to the south, Beard's Trailers. This PD in no way means to deviate from the comprehensive plan. The intention is to bring more life, security, and employment opportunities to the service road along 820 where this lot sits.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
It goes quickly. Stuart Winkler, followed by Letitia Wilburn. I think you might be last. I think Letitia and Tina may have left. I don't see them, so come on down. You're up.
Okay, thank you for your time today. I'm here to follow up on our June 13th appearance at City Council and to be available for questions you may have and to recap. The zoning staff report concluded that our request is both compatible with the land use and consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thus, it recommended approval and commission voted unanimously in its favor. We already recapped most of it, so I can be brief and just say that I consider myself a layman as it relates to this process, so I apologize if I'm out of line with my assumptions, but when we were asked to, after the June 13th appearance, wait to allow the Carver Heights East Neighborhood Association to weigh in, they had that chance. We spoke with them, and there were no additional concerns raised, and we have had no other concerns raised from anyone else. So I would request that we, given that we have a unanimous staff vote in our favor, please come to a vote, and we request that you approve our motion with no further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Melanie. You come back. Could you repeat the names of the neighborhood associations you communicated with?
Yeah, so we reached out to, Stuart's got the comprehensive list here, the Parkside, Echo Heights Stop 6, Streams and Valleys, the Southeast Fort Worth Inc., Historic Carver Heights, Carver Heights East, Trinity Habitat for Humanity, Carver Heights East, and Handley Neighborhood Association.
And did you include Regina Blair Historic Stop 6? I thought you mentioned that.
Let's see, we reached out via email.
Oh, hers is Stop 6, Historic Stop 6 Sunrise.
Right, so we received an email of support from Stop 6 Sunrise Association.
Okay.
If you need to see it, happy to.
No.
Okay.
I just want to get that into the record. The only request I would have of you is that you put some landscape there. I've been real impressed with the new corporate or commercial partners coming in along there, because before we changed the zoning in 2018, it looked like a dump. And so if you notice, we do have people building new all the way to Rosedale, trying to be respectful of the community. And so landscaping can cover a whole bunch of ugly. And so which of you has the authority to say yes?
He's our property owner.
And just so you know, we already have said yes. We are finishing up completely repaving the entire site, which took a little bit of time because we had to completely replace the entire sewer system and the fire life safety system there. The fire hydrants were completely shot, so we replaced those. We've just recently installed security lights on all the buildings. We're installing security gates, new signage, and then finally new landscaping.
And how many people do you anticipate employing? What type of workers will you be looking for?
So we are the property owners. We're not the business owners.
Okay.
What we have right now is an 18,000-foot building that's vacant. And depending upon what they do, we would be creating new jobs for that space. But the rest of the buildings are full and have been for quite some time.
Well, I've seen the work that you've been doing because I cruise every address that comes at my desk. Thank you for your outreach, and with that, I move for approval.
I do have two more speakers, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. Letitia Wilburn, followed by Tina James. Letitia, come on down.
Here we are yet again. Redlining is alive and well in Fort Worth, Texas. It would never stop in these Black and brown communities.
Letitia, I'm just going to ask if there anything really specific about this zoning case that you're concerned about. I would love to hear about those concerns.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm concerned about the redlining. I know that you're the mayor, and I respect that, but I live in these communities, and I'm a person of color. Fort Worth will never stop its redlining. These communities are continuously industrialized. And that's what you guys are not seeing, because y'all don't live over there. Y'all are not affected by the pollution and stuff from these communities. We are. You said that 100,000 people, 5 years, the pollution it would bring. Well, these communities are already polluted, and these companies bringing more people in and more trucks and things like that in will create more environmental pollution. The problems that we have are very real. And like I said, I respect each and every last one of you guys up there. You earned your jobs, but I expect you all to respect us and our communities as well. We want y'all to see the communities. We want y'all to see us. The redlining is real. The more y'all try to deflect from it, the more wide known it will be. We have Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition was not contacted by these people, and we should have been, but we were not. And so that is also a negative, because they have not come to us and said, well, we plan on doing this, that, or that. We cannot continue to keep getting left out the equation. We are established with the city. They are supposed to come and meet with us also, and they have not. So you guys keep doing what you want to do. Y'all gonna do what y'all want to do, but this city is considered to be very racist towards minorities. And y'all say what y'all want to say, and
I just have a question. What would you prefer happen at this particular site
I
for
prefer them
zoning?
to put something more positive there. This community does not have any art centers there.
So you would propose an art center in the middle of the industrial park?
Y'all can get rid of some of the industrial. That's the problem, is that you guys keep adding industrial. They can put something more positive there. It's a lot of things
I
that can
appreciate
go
it,
there.
Letitia. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Tina James. Thank you.
I'm not in opposition of it. What I would like to do is piggyback on what Mayor Pro Tem Bivens said and create some nice-looking eye candy landscaping there to give it a beautified vision as we're driving down the street. Give us something to look forward to as it relates to maybe some nice trees or some nice flowers and things like that. Just kind of spruce up the area landscape-wise. It's not sitting anywhere that it's actually going to affect us at this moment. And so I kind of welcome it myself. I just would like for them to try to clean up some of the things and landscaping and manicure around the area. I think that would be a nice look for it. The other thing is that we was not contacted, and we are Echo Heights Stop 6 Environmental Coalition. They reached out to the Echo Heights Neighborhood Association. And so with that being said, that's the only problem that I have, but everything else I think would be nice if they took the landscaping and did something with that, beautified the area a little bit. I think would be nice.
Thank you, Ms. James. Leanne, do we need to do anything on Mayor Pro Tem Bivens' motion related to making sure we memorialize her request for landscaping in the PD? If Melinda didn't stand up, maybe that was all I needed to know, just making sure we're doing this appropriately.
Waiting for the mic to turn on. If Mayor Pro Tem wants that to be included as part of the motion, you can make it as part of the motion. You might want to have them confirm with staff about where you are wanting the landscaping to be located.
Thank you.
I'll mention former Councilman Frank Moss. His neighborhood association has planted 118 crepe myrtles. We're getting a theme of trees. And for the first time in my life, Stop 6 will have a tree-lined street. Rosedale, the trees are up there now. And so I can tell you, I can't take away people's property. You know, Texas is a property rights state. And so you can oppose everything that people want to do, but until you buy their property or buy some on your own to do what you want to do, we have to abide by the laws. This is not harmful. I welcome this. I watched your work. I saw the concrete get poured, and I appreciate the process. When it comes to our reaching out to entities, the city is not perfect, and I'm the main one to complain about it. And so I think, is Renee here? Renee, he will make sure that the Environmental Association is on that list, and we'll follow up, Josh, with staff down in the bowels of the beast and planning and development to make sure we reach out to people, because we're not good at that. But I want to thank you all for your input, and we're going to be a long time, so I want to make sure that I'm moving for approval to include landscaping, possibly crepe myrtles, and that's my motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote.
Tina, we agreed on 2 things.
And carries.
Next item is ZC-23-015.
Our first speaker on this item, council, is Mumtasi Manyandi, and he's going to repronounce that for me when he comes to the microphone, followed by Tolesa Dara.
Good evening. My name is Munatsi Manyande, and I serve as the executive director of a small Christian nonprofit called DASH Network. DASH is an acronym for DFW, Asylum Seeker Housing Network. I've served as the executive director of DASH Network for the last 5 years. What we do as DASH is provide housing, food, and community to people that end up in the country, to seek asylum and go through the asylum immigration process that is unfortunately broken. We have lots of people that are coming into the country to go through the asylum process and find out that in order to do it correctly, to do it according to the law, you are welcome to enter the country and start this process, but you're looking at 2 to 3 years before you can get a work permit to legally work and support yourself. I'm a former asylum seeker myself. I was born and raised in a small country in southern Africa called Zimbabwe. And several years ago, I had to move back suddenly, with my family because of some political involvement that I'd gotten into, with the opposition in my country. And was fortunate enough to have some family that was able to give us a place to stay, but we actually had to stay with them for 3 years before we could finally, get on our own feet and start to take care of ourselves. And so DASH is a ministry that was founded to essentially help families like mine that are coming into the country that are saying, look, I want to do this process the right way, but I'm not able to pay my own bills for 3 years.
423.
And so,
City of Fort Worth, 2023, August 8th, as a speaker.
And so, we as DASH welcome families and individuals from different parts of the world that are coming, that are wanting to do coming here for safety, that are doing, things the right way in terms of the immigration law and are waiting to get their work permits. And we give them housing. We make sure they have food to eat. We help them get their kids in schools and just kind of allow them to settle until they finally get their work permits. And then we help them to graduate into, housing that they can afford to pay for and they can kind of move on, with their lives that way. We provide housing at the moment through renting a bunch of apartments and duplex units, just south of downtown here. Obviously, that becomes very expensive, and we realize that if we owned a property that we could build, to our own specifications, we could be able to help more people, and just be better stewards of the resources that we're being given. And so this property is one we've identified specifically to be able to build a permanent home for our ministry and move, gradually transition from being tenants to be able to then be, serve people well and to, and be able to grow the ministry into the future. And so we're excited about this particular lot. We'd love to be part of this neighborhood and this community and add value and create opportunities for, the neighbors in the area to be a part of the work that we do to serve with us and volunteer. But also, bringing in individuals that, and families that are like mine, that I really believe can add value and contribute in a
Thank you.
positive way.
Our next speaker is Talesa Dara, followed by Ray Ojeski.
Thank you. I'm not a good public speaker. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Talesa Dara. I'm also an asylum seeker. I was asylum seeker like Munasi. I'm gonna say a little bit what I went through after I get to the USA and just a little bit of my life experience. My background was an emergency nurse. I graduated as emergency nurse back in where I was born. After I get to USA, I presented to US legally, but because I left the country suddenly, I was not in a position to return to the country because of safety reasons for me and my families. After I got here, I can say I was one day close to be a homeless person. But fortunately, I got connected to Dash Network, who helped me to get a housing in Dash, which is located in Fort Worth. That was in 2017. After I passed through very meticulous, thorough screening process by Dash, that they check who I am, my background, everything, who I am. And they accepted me to the residence. And I was very much fortunate to meet a lot of amazing people from different parts of the world. Some aircraft engineers, journalists, very much hardworking parents who has children who aspire to be doctors, engineers in the future. So I was fortunate enough to live there, and quickly they provided me some resources that guided me how to navigate through the US system, how to live in the US system in the right way, the legal way, how to transfer all my documents into the US system and pursue my career as a nurse. With less than a year after I joined Dash, I was able to sit down for my nursing exam and get licensed as emergency nurse, and I was able to work as a nurse. I worked since then, including during the COVID time. And while doing as a nurse, I pursued another education. And just recently, this few days ago, I graduated as in the field of engineering. And I'm very much proud of the American system, and I'm really grateful about it. This story I'm telling you is not my story. It is a story of all Dash residents who graduated from there and are pursuing different careers and are successful.
Thank you, Talesa. I'm sorry to cut you off. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Ojeski, followed by Zach Overturf.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure tonight to represent the Dash Network in this zoning case before you here tonight. This location is going to be site planned. As you can see, this is a planned development. It will have 16 units, 16 buildings with 32 units that will house the participants of the Dash Network. It will have an activity center and locations for their ministry to be at this location. This is for their specific organization, for their needs. They will own this property, and for that reason, they plan to plat this as one lot so that they will own all the units on the property, keep them under their control and their management instead of creating individual lots. This is a rendering of the type of units that will be on the property there. Even though the zoning for this has to be a multifamily zoning because of the type of configuration that it's going to be, you can see that these are not multifamily units. These are essentially duplex units that will be organized on the property. So again, I would just like to reiterate, until the city comes up with a zoning category for this type of cottage product, this is the way we have to zone these locations. Just another rendering of the type of product that will be on the property here at this location. This is one of the properties that is just adjacent to the land that Dash is proposing to develop here. And I primarily want you to notice to the left of the property the topography of the land as it drops significantly from where this location is. That's another, let me go to the next one. So this is a better view. So you can see actually from the street that the houses that will border this property on one side are of a much higher elevation than where this property will sit. So the buffering for these properties that are existing to this location is significant because of topography. They simply cannot build up next to these locations, and the setbacks that have been provided demonstrate the fact that we have a setback that is natural from its elevations. Just another example of how the property is very remote in this area. I mean, literally, there are houses only on one locations. And then just an aerial view of where this property will end up. You can see most of the housing there is to the right and then to the bottom there, but there is literally no housing that will be adjacent because the property essentially stops right here. So everything here is what will end up being developed. We ask for your approval tonight. We think this is a good product. We think this is a good location. And again, this will do no harm to anybody in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ojeski. Our next speaker is Zach Overturf.
Good evening, Mayor, councilmen, and women. My name is Zach Overturf. I'm a small business owner here in Fort Worth. My company's name is League Real Estate and League Property Management. My partners and I are 100% in support of Dash Network and support for the zoning change. My professional relationship with Dash began a few years ago when they approached us seeking housing. Like most they encountered, we were a little hesitant at first, but after getting to meet the men and women in the organization as well as the refugees and the rigorous background checks they do of those candidates, we were sold. Dash currently leases multiple properties from us, and I wanted to share what one of our in-house inspectors said about the property after performing one of those routine inspections. She said without knowing what or who the organization was renting these properties, she personally called me and said we should lease all of our properties to them because they were the most clean, well taken care of properties that she had ever seen. Dash Network residents went above and beyond to keep the property clean, the landscape meticulously maintained, and even planted some plants and made the house honestly look better than how we gave it to them. What I love most about Fort Worth is that we support small businesses, small business owners, as well as population from all walks of life, like we've seen tonight. Like we've heard from the district members tonight during their sharing of the good happening in their districts during the slideshows, Fort Worth is constantly wanting to improve our communities and places that we call home. What you have in front of you right now is an opportunity to do that. Should you choose to be in favor for, you would be improving the community and the neighborhood immensely. I have no affiliation with Dash aside from being their landlord, and I have nothing to gain. In fact, I would lose great tenants as well as revenue. Should this pass, as well as revenue should this pass. But I believe in the mission and in the organization so much that despite that fact, I want to see them reach more people and touch more lives, including the ones in our very own community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Miranda Holland, followed by Alyssa Banta.
City Council, my name is Miranda Holland, and I'm the Associate Executive Director for Dash Network. I have been overseeing the Dash resident program for the past year. I'm a donor and a former food volunteer. During my tenure with Dash, I can attest to the abundant blessings and investment of the Fort Worth community into our nonprofit. And I can also wholeheartedly testify to the immense value and contribution of our Dash residents to the local community. Our residents come from all over the world, and they bring with them a wide range of skills, experiences, and passions, contributing to this city in various ways. They participate in the local schools, join churches, attend adult education programs, volunteer for other nonprofits, and eventually graduate from our program with careers and roots established for a life of thriving independence in Fort Worth and beyond. They start here in Dash Network as neighbors, kind and eager to contribute and connect. When we interview and screen our applicants, which includes a lengthy application process and 2 one-hour-long interviews, we require our residents to sign our covenant, a program agreement outlining that all residents are required to adhere to 3 core principles: follow U.S. laws, respect others, the property, and the community, and actively participate in our program. These principles further trickle down to our policies of cleanliness, quiet hours, and general respect of our neighbors. As such, I'm here to read a letter tonight from one of the neighbors of our residents, Mr. Andy Ferran, who could not be here this evening. To the City Council of Fort Worth, I have been a resident of Homes of Parker Commons since November of 2018. While I've had my share of loud neighbors, both during the day and night, they have not been Dash residents. I'm a mechanical engineer, and since early 2020, I've been working from home 3 to 5 days per week and am well positioned to notice unneighborly behavior. The Dash residents have been respectful neighbors as well as being friendly. When I have visited the apartments, they have been clean, organized, and the residents were hospitable. Thank you for your time, Gary A. Ferran. This note is one of many voices attesting to the benefit of being neighbors with a resident in the Dash program and to the positive integrity of the individuals seeking asylum. This population of individuals whose common ground is that they fled for their lives to come here to the U.S. is that they're also one of the most difficult classifications of immigrants to support. Without government assistance, they face high barriers, roadblocks, and extraneously long wait times for legal opportunities at employment. And yet, they remain some of the most cheerful, resilient, determined, hardworking, and hospitable people. Please consider welcoming the Dash Network as adding value to a local community in Fort Worth.
Our next speaker is Alyssa Banta, followed by David Martinez. Ms. Banta.
How do? My name is Elisa Banta. I live at 4445 Rolling Hills. We have a slide. Yeah. So I live in this neighborhood that Dash would like to build a multifamily in, and we do not need multifamily zoning in the middle of our neighborhood. As you can see, where is it? As you can see, the gray area is where they want to buy. I got a petition that y'all have in y'all's hands of all the yellow houses signing against changing the zoning. So you guys have that, and I have 6 more signatures on a piece of paper that somebody just handed me. It is not, we are not against their mission. It's a great mission. I'm first-generation American. My parents were both born in other countries, my mother in Mexico, my father in the Philippines. They had us here. I get it. Everyone in here is probably no more than 10 generations away from being an immigrant here. We all get it. It's not their mission we're against. It's changing zoning from single-family housing, which is quarter-acre lots, at least. That's not Ridgely Hills lots. That's like edge of Westover Hills lots. I mean, that's like quarter-acre, half-acre. Those are big houses. It's from changing that in that neighborhood to multifamily. The other problem is, looking long, what happens in 4 years when they flip out of this? That is now multifamily. That will now go to the next owner who can do whatever he wants in a multifamily zoned area. 6 acres is six football fields, to give you an idea. That's how big that area is. The gentleman before me talked about it being remote. It is not remote. I've got 4 other slides. He stood here at the base of this house to take that picture. This house belongs to the Murphys. She was a chemist at JPS, a pharmacist. This is a middle-class, upper-middle-class Black neighborhood. This is another home. They've lived here for 42 years. This is the Harrises. These are what these homes look like. It's not remote. Right there, it's 6 acres. But these are homes that live there. People live there. This is a house that faces directly that lot. This is Pat Henderson's house. She's an occupational therapist. She left Fort Worth, came back, and could only dream about living in Rolling Hills. It's a neighborhood. We're a proud neighborhood. The owner, who's the petitioner, has said that he's had difficulty selling. I've put a bid in 8% less than his asking price to purchase the property. I could roll it into a trust. This is my home. I'm the adjacent land that you saw in the zoning. I would roll it in and I would protect that land. It does not need to be switched into multifamily in any way.
Thank you, Ms. Banta.
Thank you all.
Our next speaker is David Martinez. Can we confirm that David's here or not here? We think maybe he signed up on the wrong one on this one. We just wanted to make sure. Okay. That's the last of our speakers. Councilmember Nettles.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the speakers that spoke. I want to dive into this just a little more because that's quite information that we just received, and I want to make sure that we bring out this information to our fellow council members. Ray, I would like for you to come up, and then the first gentleman that spoke, if you would come up, I got just a couple of questions for you too that you guys talked about. And as they're coming up, I know Ray know that I have great respect for Ray. We've done a lot of work since I've been on council together. And so in the process, I know we continued this case once to kind of get some conversations, to add additional conversations for the community, as well as there was an additional plot of land that you guys were looking at. And I think it was on the west side, is that correct?
Yes, so it's a property that's actually within the city of White Settlement, so just outside Fort Worth, that we were, looking into trying to see if there might be an opportunity there, and we just have not been able to make any traction with that.
Okay, and I think you mentioned that this ability will give the ministry an opportunity to expand, but currently you are in the city of Fort Worth operating this ministry, is that correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, you're operating it with how many individuals in your locations?
So right now, we have capacity for a total of 50 individuals.
50?
50.
Okay. And a question, I don't know if Ray or you, if you guys were, maybe still you, if you guys were denied tonight, will you not be able to continue to operate ministry in your current location that you're at now?
That's a fair question. If we're denied tonight, we have to continue for the foreseeable future as tenants. The challenge that gives us now is that it costs us probably 2.5 times more per resident per month to be able to serve when we're renting and without the ability to have certain kind of permanent infrastructure. So we wouldn't be continuing as good stewards of the resources. So we would continue to look for property because us building and owning is the ideal landing spot for us that we believe we need to get to.
No, I appreciate that. That is truly fair. Ray, you mentioned in the ability that these are townhome modules that are going to be built here. As the young lady just kind of spoke and articulated the difference between the homes that are currently there, the land use or the space between each home versus what you guys are proposing at this location is quietly different.
It is different, council member, but I would tell you at the end of the day, a developer who could come and put in A10 lots at this location would not be able to build a greater density than what these units would bring in that area. Literally, by the time you cut streets and do everything you need to do to develop an A10 community, it simply could not be any more dense, any less dense than what these units would bring to that area. I think that's our biggest point is this area has been zoned A10 since I think 2013, and it's set for 10 years, without any development whatsoever. And I think it's because development in A10 is just virtually impossible for a developer here.
But it is safe to say that this is multifamily that is being built inside of a A5 residential neighborhood.
It does have to be this type of zoning for a multifamily cottage.
But townhomes is multifamily.
Technically, these are more duplex, council member, than they really are townhomes, but we'll split the difference there. They could easily be called townhomes as well. In this configuration, they have to be in multifamily zoning because they're not on individual lots. If they were on individual lots, they would meet the definition of single family, but at this point, they.
How are you going to plat them is the reason why.
Exactly. That's correct. That's
Makes
correct.
sense. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are the questions that I had for you guys.
Okay, very good.
I do, Mayor, want to ask an additional question to someone we have in the audience from zoning. Is that okay? Of course. Tisa, could you come to the podium, please? I know we didn't get an opportunity to get the additional residents that, thank you for coming from Rolling Hills. Tisa, I know you had the opportunity to sit in this case and and you had a couple of residents that showed up to the zoning case. Just briefly, can you tell me the concern of the residents that spoke on the zoning case?
Sure. Am I doing this correctly? I'm used to sitting on the other side. So the young woman that came up earlier, she spoke, and of course, we had a position of over 30 homes, individual homes in that area, that said that they did not approve of the zoning change. And then I received quite a few emails from Glencrest Neighborhood Association, and also from, and read letters from the school board member, I think it was
Wallace Bridges.
Wallace Bridges, thank you. Wallace Bridges, who was also not in support of this zoning change. So it was very important to me to explain to you as council that sometimes people can't attend these meetings. I've been here for hours, right? And so just waiting and listening and weighing in. If people sign a petition who actually live on Annabelle, so I went through the petition and looked at who actually lived here. And the folks that actually lived there were not happy. They didn't want this to be there. So that's what made it difficult for me to make a decision of support when they didn't want to change something permanently. See, the thing of the fear was that, listen, if you all change this is permanent. And if they decide they can't have the sewage be the way it's supposed to be, or the infrastructure's not built, or there's not transportation. Because a lot of the work that these wonderful people are doing, these asylum seekers need to have access to transportation and access to get to one place to the other. If that is not already built there, then those conversations need to happen as well. I did not feel like the community was on board. I just didn't. And I just think after all that we've heard this evening from other cases, that's the same feeling I got sitting at that dais. And I was like, nope, they're not on one accord. And just because they're not here tonight, these working families, these older adults, it is July and August, this is summer. I wish I was off. And so they're not here to protect themselves and defend themselves, and we're gonna make a decision that's permanent. I just didn't feel comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you, Tisa. Lastly, I will say, again, I will echo the young lady who lives in Rolling Hills about we appreciate the ministry that is taking place, and we appreciate giving the opportunity for asylum seekers to live in the Fort Worth the right way, and I 100 wholeheartedly support that. I do want to offer up one additional thing, because when we talk about multifamily, I think it's important when it comes to this type of Rolling Hills being a predominant Black neighborhood, as well as people who have lived there for ages. Jeanette, can you put this on? Jeanette, can you put this on the screen here? And I just want to kind of talk about what surrounds this area when it comes to multifamily. And I have been one of the major components on this dais for multifamily and affordable family. And so if we look here, where the star is where we propose this change, surrounding that is all A5 single family home. You have A10, you have CF, which is school, and then the PD there is the Whiskey Ranch. And some of you guys remember that horrible vote that took place many, many years ago, where the community stood against bringing a distillery into this neighborhood and was overran and overvoted by the council member, and they allowed that neighborhood. And so this community is still facing the insult of allowing a Whiskey Ranch inside of their neighborhood. And when I went and did the research, we have a total of 5 multifamily units that is surrounding this area, from Mitchell Boulevard to Riverside and Berry down Old Mansfield Highway. So not only are we proposing that we sit multifamily inside of an A5 neighborhood, but now they have to be surrounded. that is already built around them. And so I think it is ungenuine and it is not fair to this community that we continue to not support their desires and need. So I do support the fact of the ministry that takes place that you guys are doing. And I hope that maybe there are some other land within some of the other council districts that continue to grow your ministry. But here in District 8, in this Rolling Hills area, I'm going to motion to deny without prejudice so that we can protect Rolling Hills neighborhood.
I think Councilmember Bivens was up next. I'm looking at numbers in order here.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Nettles. I go to church in your district, and to this very day, there are 3 little old ladies who live in Rolling Hills who are still offended by the change that came with the distillery. I know those of us who love to go there for venues think it's a wonderful location, and it is, but it was very disruptive to a historical Black neighborhood in this city. Now, Ray, you know, you and I go back and forth. I'm not with you on this one, okay? But when I saw the rendering, I could just picture those 3 little old ladies, the Webbs, T.A. Sims. This is not what those people would expect to be in their neighborhood. And I tell you, I know many people there personally, they would take this as an offense. And so I think it's important to find a welcoming community. I think it's important to make sure that the basic services are available to them. And there are some parts near Rolling Hills where you really don't want to catch the bus unless you got a 15-minute head in. But this is a rub. This is another rub. It takes me back to the distillery boat. And this just is not the right touch for Rolling Hills. Now, you heard me talk about historic Carver Heights a lot. Historic Carver Heights is the first neighborhood built for and by Black people in Fort Worth, and they're proud of that. But before Black people could build, those who got money, they moved to Rolling Hills. And so you're talking 4 generations of families now, and because they do stay, they try not to move away. But I can't be with you on this. I'm always in support of the council member, and that's easy, but in this case, this is nothing I can go to church Sunday and say I voted for. This is just not good for that community. So those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Larsdorf.
So unlike Mayor Pro Tem, I admittedly do not know the full history of this. And while I agree, I think this is very different than a distillery. However, and if this was just a typical multifamily apartment complex, et cetera, that we always hear about, I'd be inclined to do what we normally do, and that's vote with our council member. However, in this case, having personal experience overseas in countries where we would defend folks who would flee as quickly as they could to make it to America, to make a life for themselves, whether it be asylum or refuge or you name it, takes me back to a time in Jordan when I'd volunteer at a local orphanage or a refugee camp for people seeking political asylum from Iraq. Now they're in Jordan, living in horrible conditions, yet we consider it horrible, yet they were thankful for every second they had because they were actually in a safe place, as deplorable as that place may have been in these nasty tents. So if I were to vote, I mean, I have to vote my conscience on this personally, so I just want it on record saying, if I were to say no to this, I'm not saying no to multifamily, I'm saying no to that little boy Hamza. I'm saying no to other asylum seekers who came to America looking for a better life. And so that's just what I want to get on record.
Councilmember Crane.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to say this, from my time in the Foreign Service and as a diplomat, had interactions too with those seeking asylum. So Ms. Mariande, Mr. Dira, is anybody else here too that's an asylum seeker that's part of that? Yeah, thanks. What I want to say too, our immigration laws are broken, and I know they're very, very bureaucratic. So I know there's a lot of hoops you've already jumped through to be here. And what I want to tell you, I will be supporting Councilmember Nettles tonight, but what I want to say to you is you're welcome here. I want you to know that you're welcome here, that we want people to see. I mean, you have a couple people up here that have fought personally for the freedoms that we have here, so people can come here and experience those freedoms. But I will be supporting them And I would welcome you looking at appropriate places in District 3 or other places to find some property that makes sense where you are welcomed by the neighborhood and you do want to be a part of that fabric. So with that, I just want to say thank you and thank you for what you do.
Councilmember Flores and then Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Really what I need here as far as a question answered is just a point of clarification. I may have missed it, but what neighborhood organizations were contacted? I know staff reports there, and I may be mistaken. Is there a Rolling Hills NA? I don't see it in our database.
It's Glen Crest Neighborhood Association, and we do have the president here. If you,
I just wanted to make sure that the organization DASH made outreach to all the neighborhoods in that area. And I will be supporting your motion, Councilmember Nettles. For me, I can see it both ways, but I'm able to separate the mission of DASH, which is very noble, from the zoning ordinance. You know, having read staff report and knowing what they went through to arrive at their decision, they denied it, you know, on the basis of consistency, you know, with the comprehensive plan and land use. So I'm inclined to side with that and support your motion.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. Ray, I had a question for you. How much land is needed for this particular development?
This ended up being about a 6-acre tract, Councilmember Williams. I would say that that is an appropriate size. I think you can make that size work. So the 6-acre tracts are just difficult to find. Yeah.
6 acres total?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yes, but we're interested in your district if you've got it.
Yes, sir. That's where I was going. A couple things. One, you know, I really think it's important to my faith to do work like this. Also recognize that as a council member, I have an obligation to uphold our ordinances and the vision for developing in a way that makes sense long-term for the city. And while I don't think this site is particularly an appropriate location for changing to multifamily zoning use, I want to work with y'all. I have 2 or 3 properties in District 6 that are owned by churches that have been looking for the right fit. And so I would love to be able to meet with y'all after this. Carmen, my constituent services director, she'll share our information with you all so that we can talk more about that. I will be supporting Councilmember Nettles' motion today, and if the vote doesn't go you know, in your favor today, just know that you have allies that will work with you, including me, and I would love to set up a meeting to figure out your needs and what we can do. At the end of the day, nothing is impossible with the God that we serve, and so I look forward to working with y'all.
Councilmember Hill.
I wanted to echo what Councilman Crane and Williams just said. I do support your mission very much, but I am going to support Councilman Nettles tonight. I don't know the dynamics of the neighborhood, but I'm going to rely on him, and I'm going to rely on the suggestions and recommendations on staff.
Councilmember Larsdorf, do you have anything? Go ahead.
I'll quickly say, so I did talk to a developer in North Fort Worth who's asked me about development that we may want to see up there. So no matter which way this goes tonight, I just say connect with me afterwards or our office. It's one of those deals, you know, we'd welcome in District 4 as well. So,
Councilmember Nettles. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not anti what you do, okay? I just want you to, I just can't see you in Rolling Hills, but I support your mission and all that good stuff. I'm a preacher's kid, preacher's grandkid, so I'm down with Jesus. But you just needed to know that. So it's one thing on the record.
Thank you, Gina. Chris.
Again, thank you, council, and those that are supporting. I do want to articulate one before the mayor speaks, is that as all the other council members have said, if there is any other, our office is willing to see if there's any other tracts of land inside of District 8, just not inside of the A5 neighborhood. And that's the only reason why I'm voting the way I'm voting today. But again, we do support what you do. We will continue to work with Ray to see if this council can do anything to support your mission. So, but I want to thank council for standing with the zoning commission and with the staff to vote tonight.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Chris. Thanks for all the conversation tonight and for each of you that came. I'll just remind you at zoning, as Tessa could attest, it was a 4-4 vote. Those are tough split votes for zoning commissioners. You were probably there all day long that day, I'm suspecting. My decision to vote actually for approval on this item tonight is to really signal to Dash and to my council members, we have to make this project happen. I think all of us on this dais would be thrilled to have 6 or 7 acres dedicated to this cause. I fully respect the work that Councilor Nettles has done up to this point. I know he worked very hard in his office along with the neighborhood. And the last thing I'll say, I think the city process has done a disservice here at no fault of the staff, but I think labeling this project as multifamily from the beginning doomed it because it's really not a multifamily project. And the PD would have restricted any potential large multifamily in the future. So even if you had sold the project the way the PD was, you could not have gone and put in a large apartment complex here. But that causes a lot of mass confusion, especially in a large, established, historic neighborhood. So I own that as a city, and I think it's something we really need to work on pretty quickly on what these types of projects can be classified on as the future. So Chris, I won't be voting with you tonight. You've got your votes based on how my quick vote counting is. But I want to work alongside the Dash Network to make sure your mission is lifted up here in the city of Fort Worth, because I think we're measured on how we treat the people that are most vulnerable. And I know that your asylum seekers deserve that level of love and Christ-centered care that you provide. So thank you for what you do. With that, I'll take Chris's motion to deny, and I need a second. Motion and a second. Council, any other discussion? Please vote. Motion to deny passes.
Next item is ZC 23-042.
We have 2 speakers on this item. Councilmember Martinez. First is Preston Bartley, followed by Eli Amzalag.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Preston Bartley with Westwood Professional Services, representing the landowner for the subject property. The conditional use permit we are requesting is to allow for outdoor storage of a parking of semi-trucks, trailers, passenger vehicles, construction and bulk materials, and wooden pallets. We've been coordinating with city staff on this CUP for the last 5 months to establish a site plan that addresses the concerns of the city staff and zoning commission as best as possible. We've been working diligently the last couple of months to reach out to and visit with local residents and adjacent property owners to discuss the plan outlined in the CUP. Our community outreach and petition in support of the CUP site plan has been sent to Councilwoman Martinez for her reference. We believe the proposed use is a potential benefit to the site, as the current zoning K heavy industrial allows for much higher environmentally intensive uses, such as heavy manufacturing and concrete batch plants. Also, we are maintaining on-site drainage patterns and site conditions so that this site will not adversely impact the adjacent Westbrook Trinity River. We're respectfully requesting approval of the CUP as outlined by Zoning Commission and City Staff report. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eli Amzog.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you can hear me as I'm calling in. But as Preston mentioned, he's representing the owners. We are the owners of the 1100 Haltom Road property. And we've been working diligently and very hard with the zoning board to get this CUP as where we are today. And you know, Councilmember Martinez has now joined the force in District 11, and you know, we've had the pleasure of working with her and discussing our plans and our project. And you know, we feel like you know, what we're doing here isn't really changing at all what's going on in the area. It's only looking and planning to make it better, and that goes with just making everything in an orderly fashion, as opposed to you know, what's going on right now in the area, just righting the wrongs. And so what we're trying to do here is just improve the property as much as possible, and basically continuing the heavy industrial use that is in the area. And so what I had done over the last month since the zoning board had their went and basically gave their recommendation for approval. Is I reached out to all of the owners within a mile radius, so very, very close by to our neighborhood. And I tried to go as far as possible, but it was difficult to reach out to everyone. And there was a bunch of very, very people. There were lots of people who gave their support to our cause. And I submitted the petition. I hope it was delivered, and I hope everyone was able to see it. But it shows that everyone in this area, everyone in this neighborhood, they want to keep it industrial. They want to keep it heavy industrial, and this is why they bought these assets. This is why they bought these properties, and everyone in the area would like to keep it that way. And so I would hope that we can have the CUP approved. Thank you.
That's the last of our speakers. Councilmember Martinez.
I motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-046.
Councilmember Blake, we have one speaker, only if there's opposition. To my knowledge, there is none, but I'll turn to you on that.
I'm fine. Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Elizabeth. Oh, Jeanette's not present. Thank you. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-062.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Beck.
Move to approve.
Motion. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-079.
We have one speaker, two speakers on this item. Councilmember Williams. The first is Michelle Kennedy, followed by Adrian Smith, who went home.
Good evening, Council. I'm Michelle Kennedy, and I am with Trinity Habitat for Humanity. I just wanted to simply say thank you to Councilman Williams. He has worked diligently, spent many hours working with city departments and city staff to make this development a possibility. And Councilman, I just want to say thank you for helping Habitat keep an affordable purchase option available in Como. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Councilmember Williams, that's the last of our speakers on this item.
I'm going to make a motion, but before I do, I'm going to explain on the record the solution that we created for Merrick Street. I know that was a big deal for the residents of Como. And Stephen, I'm looking at you because if I mess anything up, please correct me on the record, and I won't go into too much detail. First of all, I'm so grateful for the words that you just shared, and even more grateful for the work that you all are doing. This is a townhome project that not only will provide affordable units, but will bring much needed development in a way that's consistent with the community of Como. There is a street that is named Merrick Street that has never been paved, that stretches between Helmick and Carver. And the neighborhood was wondering what we were gonna do, putting a new development next to an old dirt road. And so what we have worked to solve is, in partnership with the city of Fort Worth, we'll be working to make Carver a cul-de-sac. And our Parks Department has agreed, David, so long as there's budget next year and the following years to maintain it, but they've agreed to remove the caliche and plant sod on what used to be Merrick Street, remove the Merrick Street sign, and continue to maintain that as a right-of-way. And the Neighborhood and Parks Department has my commitment next budget cycle that I'll be advocating for mowing dollars against my dissertation's wishes, which is on the American lawns. Y'all can go look at that. But nonetheless, thank you all. It took a real team effort, and I'm really grateful for that. And I know the neighborhood is happy about that resolution. So With that, I move to approve enthusiastically. Hold up. First of all, this is my only case tonight. I needed to put that on the record. Let's just start there.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries. Professor Williams. He didn't even hear me, y'all. He's up here talking. Okay.
Next item is ZC-23-083.
We have one speaker on this item, Councilmember Martinez, Deborah Witherspoon.
Hello, my name is Deborah Witherspoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and council members. I am Vice President Secretary of Witherspoon Properties, and we are not just an investment company, but we have roots in the community, and we lived in this area of the subject properties and raised our families there. We are requesting a zoning change from MU1 in order to have short-term rental in our Airbnb properties at 2428 and 2500 Ray Street. Our neighbor has joined us in this application as an enhancement to his property, and neither of us have any plans of changing anything in the way our properties are today. We strongly feel that our property definitely enhances the neighborhood and the community. I met with many of our local businesses and provide information regarding them to our guests and have them support locally as well. I've provided links for our Visitors Bureau and recommend many of our fine restaurants in the area. Most of all, we feel there's a need for short-term rentals in Fort Worth. This neighborhood is ideal to serve that purpose. Being in an urban village zone, we already have an MU1 to our west and light industrial to our south. We have brand-new apartments catty-corner across the street, and we have direct support from our only western resident. We have gotten zero opposition from our neighbors, and we've received letters of support from our Carter Riverside Neighborhood Association, the East Fort Worth Business Association, and the Vintage Home Association. We have provided updated properties, maintain much of their original character in the remodel. We have two small, two-bedroom homes with tight restrictions. No more than 4 guests, no smoking, no parties, no pets, no late nights. The Ray Street improvements that have been made have been an asset and have made a lovely amenity for the quality and quaintness of our neighborhood. If we don't have some short-term rental options here in Fort Worth, we can lose our guests to outlying cities. Our location provides them reasonably priced home with excellent access to downtown, I-35, 121, and I-30. We're pleased to have served equestrian participants, owners, and trainers. 2 years running, we've had the college table tennis participants stay at our place, and Bassmasters Magazine and many others, including adoptions and other purposeful use. We ask for your sincere consideration of our application, and we sincerely appreciate your time. Thank you.
That's the last of our speakers. Councilmember Martinez.
I just want to say that I personally drove by this property and you know, I'm going to voice my approval, and it is appropriate, and have heard nothing but support for this. And so I make a motion to approve.
And to second, Councilmember Crane, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-22-178.
We have quite a few speakers on this item. Councilmember Bivens. Our first is Demetrika Williams, followed by Angela Norwood.
Can I have a video? Up. My video up? Yes.
Who did you send it to? We did not receive it.
Do we have it? So it looks like we're ready. Start the clock.
Good evening. My name is Demetrica, owner of a Hidden Gem. Still seeking support for zoning change from MU1 to a PD MU1. I've been through with the approval of a GDC, approval of zoning commission, and sent back from the city council, back to the zoning, and now I'm back to city council. The current zoning constraints limit our ability to host outdoor events. Our vision transcends being a mere private venue. We aim to create an extraordinary destination that seamlessly blends outdoor entertainment and amusement with cultural activities and community engagement, both under open skies and within indoor spaces. From intimate gatherings to grand celebrations, our space is designed to foster connections, celebrate life's milestones, and craft unforgettable memories, all within the core of the community. Our proposed future use envisions a staged approach, gradually expanding indoors to cater to evolving guest needs and financial considerations. A well-thought-out site plan outlines these gradual improvements, which will be implemented as the venue evolves, ensuring thoughtful and well-planned growth. Addressing past concerns and clearing up inaccuracies, we've engaged proactively with the Neighborhood Association to fulfill council's requirement for their support to address their reservations, focusing on restrooms, water, parking, and security. I'm pleased to announce that we have earned the backing of the Neighborhood Association, demonstrating the strong support within our community. A misstatement inaccurately linked our property in dumping concerns. I spoke with Supervisor Cecilia Bell, who confirmed that our property was wrongly referenced for her team and would be corrected. Importantly, no police incidents or calls are linked to our hosted events. In conclusion, the proposed zoning change offers significant community benefits. It attracts visitors, stimulates growth, fosters civic pride, offers economic opportunities, and enhances our quality of life. By supporting, you're not just endorsing a venue, but a hub of social interaction, cultural enrichment, and economic vibrancy, a space that cultivates local businesses. We are laying the foundation for future development opportunities that will cater to a broader spectrum of community needs. This is our starting point, and we are committed to nurturing the growth and diversification of our property's offerings. I urge you to vote in favor of this transformation. Let's create a destination where the beauty of the nature intertwines with the joy of celebration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Norwood, followed by Pastor Taylor.
Trying to get my slide back.
Very well.
Thank you, Council. I am a part of the, I have been elected to be a part of the Carver Heights East Neighborhood Association. I'm very proud to be a part of it. I'm very careful on how I say certain things about the area because I'm part of the area. Matter of fact, my grandmother, Council Vivian, she's been out to the house last year. She turned 106 on Saturday. She's been in the neighborhood 65 years. So this is not just something I'm doing because of the Williams, but it's because I'm passionate about the Stop 6 area. I was here last month. When I was here, I couldn't make a very accurate assessment of what was going on because I had never visited the location. But after visiting the location, which I grew up in the location, I was very pleased to welcome something positive in the area. I know we had talked about the purpose of the place that they were building, and me and the Neighborhood Association thought it would be a remarkable place for our elderly to go and for the young people to go. Right now, there's nothing on the ground, but it's clean. There has been no type of balance on the location. There has been no shootings. There has been nothing cited that didn't comply with what we wanted as
the neighborhood association. They had told us that they would put hand washing stations in the area. They were different things that we want. And we also, too, we was concerned about, because I've been here since I've been sitting here, we've been talking about industrial areas. But this land is in a trust fund, and they told us they would never sell the area, never sell the land. And so we're looking to just be a productive and positive area for the Stop Six community. So we are for it. We also hoping that it's located at 3825 and 3801 South Craven. And we approve it, and we're hoping that it's approved through the PD and the MU-1 site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norwood. Our next speaker is Pastor Taylor, followed by Alvin Johnson.
Hello, Mayor and council members. We are pleased to be here in representing this development of this property. Currently, I am pastor of New Life Christian Fellowship, Church of God in Christ, that's located at 5429 Cox Street. And Councilman Bivens was at our groundbreaking dedication of our service, of our church building. And we have been part of the Stop Six community. And our ministry has taken our young men on camping trips, which we had to drive an hour and a half to get to this property, the property for them to camp out overnight and for a day or two. And after visiting this property and seeing this, it will be a 6-minute drive from our church to take these young men to this area and camp out overnight. It's a church event, so there is no drinking, nothing that would harm young people, for we are to build them so that they can be model citizens and a part of the greater Stop Six area. I have three of my children graduated from Dunbar High School. They have their master's, they have their PhD. As a matter of fact, my youngest daughter is a dean at Tarrant College now, presently. So I'm in development of building sound young people to carry on the legacy of our community. God bless you, and hope you are in favor of this community.
Pastor Taylor, I want to thank you for your contributions, because you were the first to build in Stop Six after I changed the zoning. And I think your church had been held up for about 6 months. That house was just catty-cornered on the street. Legally, you couldn't do anything. And so I want to thank you for stepping out in faith and leading the way for the building that we see now as a boom in Stop Six. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alvin Johnson, followed by Adrian Smith, followed by Geston Smith.
You tell Adrian to go home. He's not here.
Yeah, it's a wicked cool move.
Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Alvin Johnson. I've been a member of the Stop Six neighborhood. My parents first bought property there in the late 50s. And I've been a resident there ever since that. I've returned from college. I now stay at my parents' own property. I've been a newly elected member of the Neighborhood Association, and I had the opportunity to meet with Mrs. Williams. And I first want to thank the council for allowing us to have the zoning training that we received, as well as the assistance from the city with developing our neighborhood association. And I thank you for that. I've had an opportunity, and I indicated that I would not make a determination one way or the other until I had an opportunity to speak and meet with Mrs. Williams. After meeting with her and seeing her vision, I want to say that this is probably one of the most unique and needed improvements in our area that we've had at this point offered. I visited that property, and it is the most well-kept property on that side of Cravens Road. It's, we all know that the property is valuable. It's Lake State property. We are aware of that. Our neighborhood association president is a realtor, and we know that this would be something that would be definitely an improvement to our neighborhood. So we voted in favor of that. She did mention that there were issues that were negatively impacting the vote the last time, where there were code violations attached to her property, where it was a mistake because the city compliance person referenced that property as an address for dumping. And having seen that dumping myself, that's at the bridge where stuff is set out, and Ms. Williams was the one who called to request, and then she was improperly logged that it was her property that was making the violation. So that was one of the problems. But otherwise, I think this is an opportunity for us. Exceptions are often indicators that we need to make a change and do something differently. I do think that Ms. Williams has not been treated fairly in this process, and I think that's something that we need to revisit and look at.
Our next speaker is Geston Smith, followed by Tina James, and then Antoine Boozer.
Hey everyone, my name is Geston Smith. I am the son of Demetrica Williams. I am in favor of this. I wanted to say that I was basically born and raised on this property. It's a big part of my life. My earliest memories are around I was 11, 12 years old. I'm now 30. I've had wonderful memories, and my mom has done an amazing job of upkeeping this property. She is the one who goes out and mows this 10-acre property every week by herself a lot of times. So it's extremely impressive, and I'm extremely proud of her. That being said, I graduated from the University of Southern California School of Architecture. My mom and I helped visualize and create the whole purpose of this, the intention of this property, as we continue to think of how we're going to develop it for the community of Fort Worth, to bring others together, to be able to support one another, encourage one another, and have great experiences and memories to celebrate one another. And we know that this property is amazing for that, and we would like to do that, but we need your efforts in order to make that happen. So we really appreciate you for listening to us, and appreciate you for considering this property. And thank you guys for letting me speak.
Our next speaker is Tina James. Is Tina still here? Did she leave? Or Antoine Boozer?
He's on
Oh.
the line.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, citizens of Fort Worth. I am deeply vested in the Carver Heights neighborhood. I'm a product of it. We're an underserved community. As Mayor Pro Tem Bivens stated, we're a historic community, but we're underserved. We're in a food desert. There are no gas stations, limited city services, and we don't need an entertainment center. It doesn't fit our neighborhood. It doesn't serve our neighborhood. Members of our neighborhood, the demographic group, does not match what will go on at that venue. We're basically giving a license to someone to have an unsanctioned nightclub. Concerts can be held there. Drinking. We have no idea what would go on there. Not to mention sewer problems, sanitation, limited police presence, as well as traffic. It doesn't match. It doesn't fit. we spoke, or the theme of the meeting tonight has been beautification of the city. Mayor Pro Tem mentioned crepe myrtles being put up. This doesn't fit the 2050 plan for the city of Fort Worth. We need help. We need assistance. It's a brown and black community, lower income, a large number of senior citizens. An entertainment venue does not fit. I yield my time and I thank you.
And Councilmember Bivens, that's the last of our speakers on this item.
Thank you. And is Michelle Goot here, or Renee, are y'all still here?
Renee's here.
Okay. Before you all leave, make sure you get with the president and the vice president to tell them what they need to get them totally legit while you have them here. The process has worked. And I will tell you, Ms. Williams, you did what we asked you to do. You got with the neighborhood association. The applicant was at a disadvantage early on because we were making a transition. The previous leadership for this neighborhood association had been deactivated back in 2019. But the contact information she was given led her to the previous owners. And so to keep everybody in the loop, we were able to connect her with the new leadership of Historic Carver Heights East. I know that's what y'all want y'all's name to be. And so I want to say thank you to the president and the vice president and others. When I hear from leadership of an association, I have to trust that they are pleased with what the outcome was. And I'm excited to say I can now support this. Now, as far as the property takeovers and outdoor parties that we were concerned about before, the governor signed some legislation. That won't happen without tickets being circulated and police coming around. So I think we're going to be fine. And with that, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Congratulations.
Carries.
Next item is SP-23-0002.
Our first speaker on this item, Councilmember Blaylock, is Maddie White, followed by Adam Soto.
Mayor, that's 003.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. So we don't have speakers, Councilmember Bivens. Motion and a second.
I don't know what I
Please
do
vote.
on my screen. What did I do? Okay, yeah. Move for approval.
Motion carries.
Next item is SP-23-003.
Here we go. Maddie White, followed by Adam Soto.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maddie White. I'm with Pacheco Coke Westwood Company, or the civil engineers on the project. Is the PD site plan available to show? So this site is a part of a previously approved PD that came through last year. Is around a 50-acre site. Our client owns about 15 acres of the western piece, which you see in front of you. This is primarily MU2 of a part of that PD, and I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Maddie. Any questions, Councilmember Blaylock?
I don't have any questions. I'm happy with the product.
Awesome.
Is that a motion?
So, a motion to approve, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm getting punch drunk. It's late.
You're good. You're good. Motion and a second. Please vote, Council. Crane. There you go.
Thank you.
Please.
Next item is ZC-22-226.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Bivens. Sure.
continue to the next zoning case, whenever that is.
What date is that, Jeanette? 12th of September? August, September? What month are we? September. Thank you. Motion to continue September 12th.
It's not in sync with the Stop Six plan, but I don't have a real problem, but I do need to talk to them.
No problem. We got a motion, a second to continue. Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Next item is ZC-23-058.
Councilmember Martinez, we have one speaker on this item, Denise Harmon. She did. Oh, good. Denise, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Denise Harmon of Harmon Management and Consulting. I'm here representing Gemco Sales and Manufacturing of 3113 St. Louis Avenue in District 11. Gemco has operated in Fort Worth for more than 50 years, and Gemco sells, designs, manufactures, and installs gasoline canopies and building structures for many of the major oil companies across the United States, including the Buc-ee's and 7-Elevens. Those come out of Fort Worth. I'm here today respectfully requesting City Council approval for a 5-year conditional use permit for 5 of these lots on St. Louis Avenue located just south of Berry Street and just west of I-35, as well as a partial development waiver to leave the alley side of these lots unfenced. Gemco purchased these lots in 2016. They quickly demolished an old building that was located on the lots and have been using the lots for outdoor storage ever since. They did not realize they were in violation of city ordinance, and we are here now to get in compliance. I have met with the surrounding neighborhood associations. I've had the opportunity to sit down with Councilwoman Martinez, thank you very much, and to share what we have planned. I will add that the Zoning Commission had very few questions and no concerns and unanimously voted to recommend for approval by City Council. Let me show you briefly what we have proposed to get into compliance, and I'm going to go quickly. I'm going to take you to the lots. This is 3201 St. Louis Avenue. It's the north end of the lots. These 3 addresses are one continuous lot. 3209 St. Louis, this is the middle of the lots where the trucks enter to get loaded. And then 3217 St. Louis on the south end of the lots. This is from DeWitt Street looking down the alley, look at the properties to the right there, and then on the left side of that alley, it's industrial and those are other businesses. This is the landscaping plan to add 1,260 square feet of landscaping of Texas native plants, including Texas sage, red yucca, and Gulf muley grass. We will also be adding a temporary, did I say something funny?
No, Professor Williams had something.
Okay, don't count that time against me. Including a temporary irrigation system to establish the plant roots. We will be putting a screening fence of stucco flex, which is required by the ordinance. It's high quality and it is able to withstand the worst conditions of Mother Nature. Other companies who use that are the Courtyard Marriott, Holiday Inns use it, and also you can see residents also use this. It will stand the test of time. It will not look shabby and bad in years to come. So I just want to thank you for your support.
Thank you, Denise. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any questions, Councilmember Martinez, for Denise?
No, I move for approval.
Motion and a second. Please vote, Council. Thank you, Denise. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC 223066, which was continued by staff to August 22nd. And then ZC 23-082.
We have no speakers on this item, Councilmember Crane. Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-087.
We have a few speakers on this item. Councilman Martinez, it look to all be in favor. The first is Dan Hayes, followed by Avis Shashan. Avis, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Parker, Mayor Pro Tem Bivens, members of the Fort Worth City Council. My name is Avis Shashan. I'm the Executive Director of Real Estate Development with Palladium USA. Happy to be before you again this evening. We do have a formal presentation, but in the interest of time, we could go through the presentation or we could just be here to answer questions. I do want to say thank you to the Central Meadowbrook Neighborhood Association, President Bowling, Vice President Hayes, Secretary Kennedy. Thank y'all for sticking out tonight and showing your support. We appreciated working with you, and we're excited to bring another product to Fort Worth. Councilmember Martinez, I hate I couldn't meet with you, but I'll look forward to working with you on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Avis. Our next speaker is Dan Hayes, followed by Maxwell Fisher. Come on down, Dan, you're good, and you come on. And then Maxwell, and then Cindy. Okay, thank you. You're Maxwell, only questions, perfect. Dan Hayes then Cindy.
I'll keep mine super brief. This slide that I'm putting up there shows that this is exactly what the transit-oriented development plan that Trinity Metro recently completed shows for this site. It's area that's circled in red, so we're good.
Our next speaker is Cindy Bowling, followed by Janet Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Cindy Bowling. I am president of Central Meadowbrook Neighborhood Association, and I live within a block of this development. I've lived for more than 30 years across the street from La Hacienda, as most of you know. And our membership voted unanimously to support this. Before our April meeting, Janet Kennedy and I recognized there are some neighbors who don't attend our meetings. So we walked Roseland and Norma and knocked on every single door that backs up to this project. And everybody who answered, we waited till the evening. We're excited at the prospect of this lot being cleaned up, homeless being gone, and their backyards being secured by this development. It's in the right location. We're excited about it. We're hoping they can purchase the V&N food store lot on the corner, get rid of that mess, and we completely support this. Please support it. Obviously, we support it or I would have gone home. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Our next speaker is Janet Kennedy.
Good evening. It's a little late. It's past my bedtime, actually. I'm Janet Kennedy. I do live on Norma Street. I live about a block and a half from this facility where it's going to be. And reluctantly, I do support it because I think we need something new to spark redevelopment on East Lancaster. Our newest business that's opening on East Lancaster in the area of this complex is yet another payday loan facility. So we're hoping that eventually having a nice apartment complex next to the two slums that are on either side of it will spur some commercial development of a better kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. That's the last of our speakers, Councilman Martinez.
I do want to say that this is the second Palladium development in District 11, and I was impressed by the group and the level of support that this development has received, so I make a motion to approve.
Please vote. Avis has a Midas touch, I feel like.
Don't jinx me.
I won't. Motion carries, Avis.
Next item is ZC-23-0991.
Motion approved, not approved. Vote, please. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-093.
No speakers on this item. Councilmember Nettles.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-0995.
Councilmember Bivens, no speakers on this item. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-098.
No speakers on this item. Councilmember Flores.
Move to approve.
Please vote, council. Motion and a second. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-100.
We have two speakers on this item, Councilmember Flores, only if there's opposition, which I don't believe there is any. Do you want to hear from anybody?
Yeah, we're good. We've met to discuss the plan going forward. It's going to be wonderful because it's going to, in this rezoning, downzone a historically medium and heavy industrial area to other better commercial uses. So move for approval.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Please vote.
Next item is
We
ZC-23-102.
didn't get the voting.
Oh,
Sorry, that's my
sorry.
bad.
Yeah.
There we go. Vote.
Ron?
That was not Ron's fault. I'll take the blame on that one. Motion carries. Sorry, Ron.
Next item is ZC-23-102.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you. There we go. Maddie, vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-107.
Councilmember Blaylock, we have two speakers on this item. The first is D. Harden, followed by John Puff.
I'm Lester D. Harden. I live at 1380 Bowes Road. Been there over 40 years and just retired, Park City of Fort Worth Superintendent for 35 years. So I know the city well. In fact, I was over downtown. Anyway, my wife and I have lived there over 40 years. It's small acreage plots. It's single family dwellings. And we raised 5 daughters there. And I hate to say it, but 3 of them I actually still care for. So, well, maybe it's 4 now, but anyway. But you drive down our street and you'll see people riding bicycles, riding horses, walking, jogging. You'll see a neighborhood. It's single family dwelling. That's why we bought an acre or 2 so we could have horses, sheep, goats. We got a little bit of everything there. And it kind of snuck up on us, but one of our neighbors bought a couple acre barnuminium, and back behind his house, he put in a construction company, and we saw the trailers coming out, and anyway, basically, he's done it illegally, and now he's got it up for sale, and he wants to zone it industrial. And I met with the vet clinic, and now they're good friends, Jim is, and he said they turned down industrial and said it'll never be industrial because it's single family, but they made a special agreement with him so he could put in the vet clinic, which we really use. Everybody in the neighborhood does. But anyway, the zoning commission voted 6-0 to keep it single family. And that's what it should be because that's what it is. We've got some of our neighbors still here. And at the zoning commission, we were also last, and we had, golly, a whole bunch of kids. We fill the whole neighborhood. down there at the zoning commission. That's why they voted 6-0 against it. But anyway, I think you know where we live. You were at the Sendera Ranch. We'd like to have you come out and meet with us in Spring Ranch also. But like I said, I've been there forever, and the quality of life out there in the country and the Fort Worth is great. And nobody wants to go barbecue and watch them put up fence or watch them do a welding company. And so anyway, the traffic has grown. When I moved there in 1980, I was still working here for the city, of course. It was scary. We'd get on 287, and my wife worked telephone company. We were to be the only ones on the road on 287, if you can believe that. In fact, we bought our first cell phone there. Richard Zavala, I worked with him. He got me a cell phone, and he said, it's pretty scary. I said, yeah, there's no traffic. Can't even get out your driveway now, but anyway. So we need to keep it single family, and I'm pretty sure we will, because we don't want to, you've heard all the industrial cases. So I got to go, I got to feed cows, have a beer, and I got paw duty in the morning at 6, so I'll bring it up to John.
Thanks, Dee. Our next speaker is John Puff.
Good evening. Mayor Parker, Councilman Blaylock, council members, thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is John Puff. I live next to Dee on Bluff Springs. We back up to Boaz Road. And my wife and I have lived there since 2015. Part of the charm was the rural area that is still Boaz Road, including the livestock, which we enjoy greatly. I am of the belief that we all share the same desires. We want our property values to increase. We want safe communities for our families and for our children. And I believe that that is paramount. And whereas we're pragmatic towards change, some changes are just not good, not productive, and they just lead to bad things. And this zone change is clearly one of those. Like I said, Boaz or Bose, for whichever you all prefer, is one of the last rural streets of its kind in that area, whether you call it Haslett. It's properly Fort Worth. We have the Haslett zip code, of course. We've had a lot of changes up there, and we would like them to slow down. And the one thing that we hope for is that Boaz will remain single residential, never go commercial. We hope that you will consider this in our favor. Councilman Blaylock, thank you for all your conversations that I've had with you. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you and have a good evening. Thank you for staying up late with all of us.
Thank you, John.
I just want to mention, I grew up in High Cove.
Oh, boy, we could talk for sure. I knew I liked you, Dee. Thank you.
I still got a place there.
Okay, very well. That's the last of our speakers, Councilmember Blaylock.
So, Dee, John, thank you both for waiting so patiently, and thank you the rest for coming as well. I would love to come out and visit Spring Ranch, and so we'll get with Tara and we'll schedule that and get out there and visit with the community. With that said, I motion to deny.
In a second, please vote. Motion to deny carries.
Next item is ZC-23-108.
Just a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Blaylock. Do you have something to add? You can.
I just wanted to say, you weren't actually the last this time, but very close.
Thank
Have
y'all
a good
very
evening.
much. We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Nettles.
Take a page out of Gina's book. Be impressive. Motion to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is ZC-23-119.
We have no speakers on this item, Council. Councilmember Beck, would you like to make a motion on this one? It's a boarding house regulations.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion carried. Next item is ZC-23-120.
A motion and a second. Mr. Martinez is no longer here, just for the record. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next item is M&C 23-0611.
A motion and a second. Please vote, council. Motion carries.
Mayor, that concludes all of the agenda items.
Thank you, Jeanette. Council, tonight, we're going to close the meeting in honor of Miss May Cora Peterson, who recently passed away at the young age of 106. May Cora grew up in South Carolina near the campus of South Carolina State University in Orangeburg, South Carolina. After graduating from the historically black institution in 1937, she earned a master's degree and later spent a summer in New York City, where the Young Women's Christian Association offered her full-time employment. The YWCA, now the Center for Transforming Lives, offered a choice of cities: LA, Des Moines, Iowa, and Fort Worth. She chose Fort Worth and moved there at 27 to start a career and build her future as the executive director of the segregated branch of the YWCA. She later found her calling at Dunbar High School, where she served as the dean of girls and as vice principal at Dunbar High School, where she worked for 27 years. After she retired, she stayed involved in supporting the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and Jubilee Theater. She served for years on the board of Senior Citizen Services of Greater Tarrant County. One of the organization's annual Senior Spirit Awards is the May Cora Peterson Healthy Aging Award. Quite a legacy she left for her family. And we're closing tonight's meeting in honor of Ms. Peterson. Thank you.